Alright, looks like I'm live. Hopefully the stream quality will just kind of stay alright. Let me throw this out places. Oh, we're starting to get some concurrent viewers. How's it going, folks? Hey, Nutty. Hoodie. No, this one's just like a regular jumper, but it's we got the Aaron Ball marble on there. Although it's definitely too big. Like, it just needs to be like a little bit smaller. It's just, yeah, it was hard to like gauge it on the website. Yeah, on hoodie. Just need to throw a link up for this stream in a few places. Just bear with me. Alright, actually maybe I can't be bothered doing it. So in today's session, I know it's November, but for today, so I went to Blendercon. Hey Sam, how's it going? I went to Beacon last weekend, and it was amazing, but I promised Delay that I was going to make some high-level node groups for 3.4, because they've got a plan basically to release some, like, just, yeah, so basically the developers want to make the more like atomic node groups or nodes, and then have like node groups serving some of the higher level functionality. So I'm just going to be making some tools today. Basically, we're not actually going to be doing like a November thing. Maybe over the weekend I'll do some November stuff. I'm just kind of cranked with work at the moment. But yeah, so I've got a list. Going to be working through some fun stuff, hopefully. See how far we can get through this. Let's just put you off to one side here. And I want to have a text editor so I can put my list in Blender. There we go. All right. Did any of you go to Beacon? I'm sure there's probably going to be people who joined today who I have now met, which is kind of crazy. Like, that was the first time I got to meet people in the community, which was just awesome. Like, everybody is so kind of wholesome, and it wasn't like there was no sense of being cynical or anything. It was just, yeah, it was just really like nice. People just wanted to be there and hang out and talk about things that inspired them and show, like, hype up each other's work. It was really nice. So then, first node group we're going to be making is going to be, oh, Shax. Oh, of course, Shax. How's it going, man? So I'm starting off, I'm just going top to bottom here. We're going to start off with texture displacement. I know I have nodes in ETK. I don't know how much of this I want to copy. Actually, maybe for this one it's going to be easier to basically just copy. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I was going to copy it because I was thinking actually of the noise texture node. And I think this one needs redoing now. There's a bunch of stuff in here which I don't really like. Oh, I've been having this like issue, it'll happen a few times today, where I drag search and it just takes forever to load, and I think it's because of my asset library being on a different hard drive. Andrea, hi. I'm going to just see if I can just unlink my asset library for a bit and see if this improves things. Yeah, so I wonder if there's anything we can do with this one that's a bit more intelligent rather than it just being like texture in. Maybe it'd be fine just to do this one as is, so I like having these outside high noise. So for this one, it's going to be less of like a big scene and more of just working through building some tools, some of which I can like reappropriate or appropriate from ETK, but other ones we're going to be building from scratch. Like loft curves, I think that one's just way too complex in ETK. I wonder if we can just do like a linear loft maybe. And curve to mesh as well. That I've got a super complex curve to mesh in ETK, but that might be more fun to redo so that we can actually cover cyclic curves as well, because at the moment my node doesn't actually support cyclic. So it'd be good to show how to do that. A lot of that as well, like with the curve to mesh UV stuff, it's really simple. You can basically find other topology which has a similar, I guess I'll explain it better when we get to it, but you can basically like use a donor grid to transfer, like if you have the correct number of points on a grid, no reason you can't just transfer all of the UVs from that onto whatever it is you've made and just not really have to deal with stuff, because if you have the same number of face corners, you can always just do whatever you need. Cole, I'm not running both GPUs yet. So the reason being that Cycles X does not support 2 GPUs at the same time. So if you were using like 2.93 or earlier, then you could run 2 CPUs and it would be faster. Cycles X doesn't utilize 2. And also a lot of the geometry node stuff that we do is actually entirely on CPU. So if you ever need like a faster subdivision, you can always add GPU subdivision with a modifier afterwards like this. And now this is going to be GPU subdivision, which is obviously going to be faster, as long as it's the last one in your stack. Yeah, so for displacement, texture displacement, maybe this is actually going to be just fine doing it like this. Let's just throw a grid on, make sure it all still works. I will obviously rename this one to be less about me. Maybe just call this one texture displacement. And we can just chuck in a noise texture to check it. Necto. Oh, no worries, thank you. I hope you're enjoying the course, and if you're interested as well, there's the advanced course. If you wanted to extend beyond the beginner stuff, I'm pretty proud of what we did for the advanced course. I think it came out pretty great. So we've got normal and then vector displacement. That seems fine, and I think the defaults all seem fine. So this one's probably pretty good. Oh, thanks, Anthony. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Default here, 0.5. That makes sense actually, because the mid level's 0.5, so yeah, there we go. Right, so texture displacement done. I'm going to make sure I'm saving a file before I forget. This one's live stream. If anybody has any ideas for node groups as well, just while we're going, feel free to shout them out. I'll add them to the list if they seem like generally applicable. And we can just keep adding things basically. Delay was like 5 or 10 or, you know, like general small number for the first pass. So yeah, it's just, obviously the developers are super busy, so it's good to have somebody in the community who can like take ownership of it, and obviously I can't code, so this is the best I can do for contributing. Oh, for 3D printing and CNC? Oh, interesting. If you if you're interested, then I do as well have a Sverchok course. I'm pretty sure you can still get that one on Futurely. It's probably linked in the description as well here. Let me see, Futurely. So Sverchok is more like CNC design, 3D printing, parametric stuff. I wonder if this website's ever gonna load. There we go. Oh yeah, nice. So we had a course on here that is pretty extensive. Obviously Blender, Sverchok. Sverchok is free, but these there's this course anyway which you can watch. I don't know how long it is. Maybe 10. So yeah, about 10.5 hours of the pre-recorded, and then like I think it was actually close to like 18 to 20 hours of live sessions that got recorded. So that one might be interesting for you. David, watching Pablo chill. Yeah, no, that was cool. We literally bumped into each other in the stairs, and he was like, "Oh, I'm doing a podcast later. Do you want to come on?" And I thought it was going to be like the rest of the podcasts, where it was like 4 or 5 people, maybe at least like 2, right? It wasn't going to be just me. And then I got up there because I was still kind of on the fence about whether I was even going to go to it because of the other talks and things. And then, yeah, luckily I did, because he hadn't invited anybody else, which is super flattering. And it was just really cool to get to hang out, because I've seen so many like Blender Todays for just forever. And Pablo as well, he was the one who emailed me about using my still life thing for the splash screen for 2.93. So it's kind of like going full circle to get to sit down with him and talk. Yeah, what am I doing here? Akbar, how's it going? Right. Texture displacement done. So next one up, fill holes. Thank you, I love you too. So fill holes is going to be an interesting one, because we have a couple of different issues with, or a couple of different things that we're going to want to do here. So let me just add an object. We're going to make a couple of holes in it. And importantly, I want to make sure that some of these holes are vertically aligned. So they'll overlap. You'll see why in a moment, hopefully. Yeah. Alright, we're going to see how this goes. I wonder what's going to happen here, actually. Well, probably good that we test different layouts anyway, so I'll do that as well. Comment. Is there a course that goes in depth about how geometry nodes work? Well, how it works under the surface, I mean, it's basically just doing callbacks. I mean, I've got 2 courses, so if you're interested in taking a course, then I would recommend checking out my courses. Like, shameless plug. Just because I know that I talk about like the general, like how it works, and go through a lot of maybe more in-depth processes. I've not actually had a look at the general marketplace for other people's courses, so I'm not sure what kind of competition there is out there. Yeah, but certainly my advanced one. If you're new to geometry nodes, then I would recommend the beginner one, of course, because it's a beginner course. And in the advanced course, you might find it a little bit higher level, or like higher complexity and faster paced, and we don't really touch on a lot of stuff so much. So we touch on a lot of stuff, just in less depth, because there's like a sort of expectation of understanding already. So let's work out how to fill these holes. So we're going to need a few things. First thing I'm going to do is like a fan fill. So a fan fill would look like this, where you have a single point in the middle and you've basically just got a triangle fan. That's going to be our first one. That's easiest by far. And the second one is going to be where we just have an n-gon fill, where we literally just fill, where we just fill it. A little bit more complex. So for this one, what we need is and this is where I'm not actually sure. Sorry, I'm going around in circles. This singular point between two holes, that might be an issue, but we'll find out. Any good resources to learn how to shape mathematical functions? Inigo Quiles, is that his name? The guy who does all the SDFs. Maybe works for NVIDIA now. Has some cool... Inigo Quiles. This guy. Just basically, yeah, look up this guy. Here we go. JK, if you had any money, you'd pay for these normal streams as geometry tutorials. Thank you, that's very generous. I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, IQ is insane. It's like, he does the, there's a stream he does or a video he does where he like builds a face basically out of sphere SDFs. And it's very simple. Like once you know how to mix SDFs, it's like, oh, that's fair enough, that's not too hard. But actually coming to it like fresh, like when you've not really worked with SDFs before, it is mind-blowing to realize that you can do stuff with just maths, just length functions, come up with these amazing bits of work. Hey reader. Alright, what was I doing? So what we're going to do is we're going to find, well, we're going to extrude first. Extrude mesh, here we go. That's looking pretty good. Can we extrude edges instead? That's better, I think. I need to just scale these down. So I need to also have a selection, which is going to be the boundary loops, because I only want to fill the holes, right? So let's go ahead and grab a mesh. Edge neighbors. Yeah. So if you have like a grid like this, let me just get rid of my asset browser. So if you have something like this, right, the way that you know that this is the edge of something here is that this edge only has one face next to it. Whereas everywhere that you have an internal face, it has two faces next to it. Or if you had branching geometry like this, then this would have three faces next to it. So you can basically just look for anywhere, any edge that has one. So grab a compare node equals. You want it to be equal to 1. This is your selection. Now you can see that we have just these little trumpets coming out around the boundary loops. Now this is where it's going to get potentially a bit challenging. I might need to do a split mesh here, or split edges, because I need this edge where we've got this join to be different. Is there a node in ETK that replaces Blender particle system? That's that's a very optimistic. I appreciate your faith in my ability to use nodes, but unfortunately not exactly. What functionality do you need? Because potentially there is, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Like if it's just scattering stuff like grass, then yeah, absolutely, you can do it with either the default nodes or you can use something like ETK foliage, which does a bunch of like density and camera culling and selection masks and things. Yeah, scattering stuff, right? So if you want something like this, your only issue is that you're going to have to manipulate your collections. So you couldn't say like, I want 3 of these, 2 of these, and 1 of those, like in terms of setting up your bias for different types of object from different collections, which I know you can do in particle systems, but you can sort of, you can play around with instance indices if you've got a head for maths, or you can just duplicate stuff in your collections if you want to increase bias. So if you had like a cube, then you would just say, okay, well I want 3 times more cubes, so I'm going to just duplicate it 3 times, which is kind of a dirty way of doing it, but it does work good enough. Hopefully at some point we'll get like a proper collection picker with bias values in it. That'd be super useful. But we need more like dynamic inputs and lists and things like that. Okay, so what I now want to do is I want to position all of these top edges. Oh, I disconnected my library, but this is still doing a slow search. Scale elements. Let's try these. We're going to be scaling edges down to 0. How's that going to happen here? Oh yeah, so that pinched edge, that's definitely not a good thing. The rest of them work fine just scaling to 0. And if you had 0 offset, then you're just going to sort of flatten out that face. It's not going to do continuous curvature, so it's not going to calculate it like, okay, well the boundary tangents look like that, so we're going to try and make this rounded as well. It's just going to go for a flat film. However, this does not work where you've got stuff like this. I wonder if we can do this a bit more intelligently. So, how can you add? Sorry, how can you scale particle element? Sorry, just like getting my comments confused. How can you scale elements from the center of the face? Well, you can pick a center, right? Yeah, you can pick a center in here with your scale elements, and you just need to find out where that center is, which you can kind of do with accumulation, which we'll get into in a sec. Is there a way to visualize textures and how they look in geometry nodes? In 3.4, you can use the, let's just grab a noise texture. You can use just the viewer node now, and you can see that's showing up on there. It's important as well to remember that the resolution of your object defines the resolution of your output, because geometry nodes is evaluating on the geometry rather than in a shader where you do it per pixel. So if you want more, then you can do subdivision like this, right? And then if I just turn off wireframe, there you go. Now you can see you've got a texture. So that's just with the viewer in a 3.4. If you're working in 3.3 and you can't upgrade, then you can use the debug node from ETK. Just going to look something like this instead, pretty much identical. All it's doing is it's setting a store named attribute, and then it's doing it's applying like a material to that, like so. Viewer's fine though. If you're in the 3.4, all of these node groups are going to be for 3.4 as well. How can you inset faces? Yeah, you can't. They're developing a new bevel node, which is going to be doing proper insetting as well. Just because the algorithm for insetting is a bit more complicated than just like moving away from an edge. I know a few people, Spool of Wool, did a proper inset node with maths, and it looks great, it works. So, I mean, it is technically possible. You just need to work out your tangents and stuff and translate. So you do like an extrude with 0 offset, and then you translate all of those new positions based on the edge direction and the tangent from the surface. Oh, hey, Tom, how's it going? I hope you got home safe. Also, Tom, you should take a COVID test. I know a lot of people have now got COVID after BCon. Mine was all clear, but yeah, I recommend you take one. Even if you're feeling fine, you might, never know what you're carrying. Is it possible to do weight painting with geometry nodes on? Yes. As long as you have original geometry, like this, right? So this is obviously an actual mesh that I actually made, like an edit in edit mode. If it's geometry that you've made in geometry nodes, then you're not going to be able to weight paint it because it technically doesn't exist. Can't one just inset with extrude 0 and selecting the top face and scaling them down? That only works for regular shaped faces like this, right? Where you can just scale down towards the middle and it's going to, create a sort of window like this. If you had something that was, for example, L-shaped, then what you're going to end up with is something like this when you do that scaling, because it's going to pull it down towards the actual central vector. So an inset obviously would be just pushed away from the edges of that face, rather than... You can implement all of it with vector maths. Maybe one day we'll do a tutorial on that, but honestly, the node's just going to come. So the bevel node probably has, I think, so I went to a talk at Blendercon about the bevel node, and I think they said something, Howard maybe said I want to say 6 months before they think it's going to be done. There's a lot of stuff to do, right? So they're building a whole new algorithm for doing it, because the current bevel node has a lot of weirdnesses and failure points. What are we going for? Object mode. 6 months, yeah. So what I want to do... Oh, in the recording, nice one, thank you. I want to find the central position, the central vector per edge loop, which I can do by scaling it down. And then if there's a case like this where we're a certain distance from that edge, I wonder if we should just snap to it. That might be one solution. Because otherwise you can see you're getting this like bad snapping here, which is not so pretty. It's a shame we can't like go down to this point. You didn't know I had a YouTube channel? Oh, welcome. Yeah, I started... Well, actually, I guess I did have Twitter first, but I've definitely been YouTubing pretty much as long. Our challenge comes around here because these edges, let me get a better color. These edges are like joining. So I need a way to... Yeah, I need a way to make them separate into multiple loops. I wonder how I'm going to do this, because they're clearly the same. Yeah. I wonder if I can just separate all of these edges out. So if you do a duplicate elements node, it does like an edge split. Let's do a search. Oh my god, it's just something is up with my computer. What are all of these nodes? On depth graph update, portal nodes, 3.4 alpha. What have they added? Oh my god. I don't think these are supposed to be here. Oh, is this... Are these serpents nodes? They are, aren't they? Is that where they're coming from? That's so funny. I think I was like almost reporting a bug report before, and then I just dropped it on the chat. Let me just make a note of this, sorry. Yeah, they are definitely serpents. Sorry, I'm just going to put this in Blender chat because I sort of declared that it was an issue. I know, Hans has seen it. There we go. All right. Hey, Doppelganger, how's it going? 3.4 changed the capture. Not the capture, they just changed the transfer. So capture is still here, but the transfer is now 3 nodes. Or maybe, actually, well, it's 3 nodes plus a new one. So we've got sample index, sample nearest, sample UV surface, and sample nearest surface. There we go. So these 4 nodes now make up what was the transfer. So we can do a lot more interesting transferring work. Sample index. So if you're doing like sample nearest point before, or like transfer from nearest point, now you would sample the index of the nearest point. And then you would use the sample index node to find out like what the value out that index is. It's actually super useful. I know this is, and this as well, this is like the geometry version of the field at index. Like these two nodes are basically the same. I wonder if the index and the value should be switched on these for parity. What's my typing speed? Mine is not that fast. I'm very messy. Like whenever I've done one of those tests, I get like, I don't know, like 160 or something, but it's like so many mistakes. I know some people have these insanely high typing speeds. I watched, I've probably mentioned it on stream before, there's a really great podcast called The Whoopi Effect, I think. Maybe? The Whoopi Effect? Which is about typing. Yeah. Oh my god, it's so good. It's by Radiolab. It's, here you go. So this one, The Whoopi Effect, it's about Chinese typing structures, right? Because Chinese is such a complicated language in terms of like its written language. There we go, 70,000 plus characters. So this is just about how the kind of the challenge of putting it onto a keyboard and how they were starting to introduce autocorrect and autocomplete, which is like they were just the first to the bat really with that. So very interesting podcast if you're interested in that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm gonna like unconfuse myself about what I'm doing. Let's try and separate out our boundary loop stuff. So I'm gonna do a separate components. I'm just gonna also just disable serpents for a minute. This is not serpent's fault, this is geometry nodes alpha. Here we go, but just for now. Oh, I wonder if that was why my search was going so slowly before. Interesting. What am I looking for? Duplicate elements, and I also want to separate components. I think. Oh, separate geometry. Separate my edges. Let's have a look at these. So these are our boundary loops. And then I'm going to duplicate these edges, right? Because now what I've done, if I just change this up here and have a look. So you can see that these all scale down towards their sort of average position. Whereas if I do from this, from the duplicates, Christoph, I'm just jamming today. We're making some high-level node groups because I want to get them shipped with 3.4 so that everybody gets just a little bit of an easier process onboarding with geometry nodes and having some easy stuff. Giant mouse pointer. Hey, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Marcus is planning a course on geometry nodes. Live record everything or do a screen recording and then record a voiceover. This is totally down to you, how you feel like you like working. I personally like to do a live recording because then I can just talk about what I'm thinking and I don't have to pace it out for the voiceover. And if you haven't planned the voiceover when you're working, then you might find that when you're trying to do your voiceover, you need to like hold frames and things like that, and it's just a whole shebang with editing. So personally, I think the easiest process is just to work through live, and then people can just kind of get the human version. Does Blender have enough procedural modeling to be... Wait, I just read that wrong. Can you do enough enough level to be... is geometry nodes good enough to be an environmental design for procedural generation? Yeah, I think so. You can kind of do anything you want with geometry nodes at this point. The difficulty is going to be for you to export it. If you have... I'm just trying to think of what you might run into. So in games, instancing for environments is going to be a huge one. So you're actually going to want to do all of your like instancing your trees and stuff in external software. So you got to work out your pipeline for that, what kind of thing you're actually exporting from Blender. I'm not sure if it's going to be 3.4 or 3.5 for the UV nodes, like the proper UV support. We have a couple of UV nodes right now, but we've still got the issue with the generic attributes. I think, anyway. We'll see how that goes. And hey, Peter and Subsound and Michael, how's it going? Alright, I'm still just trying to work out how I'm going to get around this like pole issue. Because I can't just really merge them at this point. And I really need... Oh, can you hear that rain? Crazy. It's been like storming all day. We had the most amazing sunset though. It was so nice. What I need is the average position for each one of these holes, even though they're connected in the corner. I'm not quite sure how to like separate them. Do you think we'll get some physics in geometry nodes? Yes. Not for a while, but yeah, for sure we will do. And even if it's yeah, I'm not sure what shape it will take to begin with. If we just had a loop node, like a repeater, then we would be able to do custom physics stuff. I'm not sure how much we want to do that though. Yeah, we'll just have to kind of see how it goes. Still trying to work out how to get this whole thing working. If anybody has any like good ideas for filling holes, when you've got like how to find, how to get around this issue where these two holes are technically joined in the corner, so I'm like losing the average position. It's one of the difficulties with making like custom node groups for general use, because it's obviously not always going to be this one problem. But yeah, them being joined is definitely an issue. What's my idea for this project? So I'm literally just making node groups. We've done texture displacement. That was super easy because we kind of already had it. Going to do a simple edge lattice. Going to do like a curve to mesh UV, loft curves, transform plus, a couple of selection nodes, mesh to SEF, and a unitized mesh, like a scale to fit a certain size. And then we're just going to give these to the developers and let them see if it's kind of in the ballpark of what they want. Hopefully I'll get most of them done today, 9:20. It's probably going to be good enough. We've got about 3 hours that we can work for. Can you somehow duplicate that vertex so every hole would have its own vertex? Yeah, probably. Maybe. It's just difficult for it to know. It's difficult for geometry nodes to know where the like continuity is. Hey, Sharon, how's it going? Colin, are there hacks to control lights and cameras in geometry nodes? Yeah, you can definitely control lights pretty easily. Just instance them, and you can make, or if you need the camera to follow something. In fact, let me just, I'm going to open another Blender here just so I can show you. You can basically parent to a vertex, and then you can control the vertex. And if you have another vertex, then you can target that vertex, right? So if you have, here's an object, select all, merge at center, duplicate this one. So I'm going to have one which is going to be camera anchor. Here we go. And another one which is going to be camera target with a T. And then we're going to add a camera. There we go. Which I'm going to parent not to the camera anchor directly. I'm going to tab into edit mode. So I've got the vertex itself and then control P. And now it's going to say make vertex parent. That's important. Ooh, mesh to curve and curve to mesh. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have a go with that. Hopefully it won't just create a figure of 8 instead. Anyway, so yeah, we've got this camera. It's now attached. And I think we should, I haven't actually tried the target thing. We're going to have a go with that though. Let's do a track. Oh, do you know what we could do? Let's actually add an empty and do the same at the other side, because really we do need it to be the object, I think. So we're going to shift click on our other vertex, Control P, make vertex parent. Here we go. And let's just position that 3D cursor onto there. Then we're going to use object constraint track to dump track. Dump track is probably better. Going to go -z, so it's pointing at it. There we go, nice. And now in geometry nodes, we can grab our camera anchor, and I can start moving this point around, and you can see that we're now moving the actual camera itself in here, because it's moving on the, it's parented to the actual vertex that we're actually moving. And then you can basically do the same right over here. You can start messing around with this because we're looking at an empty which is parented to the vertex that we're moving. So there's a couple of extra steps, but you can definitely do it through geometry nodes if that's something you need to do. All right, back to this one. So curve to mesh, mesh to curve. Let's have a go. The other one, actually, mesh to curve first. And now if we do a scale elements. Ooh, oh my god, Doppelganger, you're a genius. Look at that, that's perfect. All right, well, this is actually great because this is going to segue really nicely onto the other part, which is going to be doing just standard hole filling, like n-gon filling. So yeah, in this one, we're just going to do extrude and then scale top selection to 0, offset scale of 0, and maybe we should see if there's any points near, just so that we don't get this stepping. We're also going to need to work out the angle, because we can't have back-facing normals, and there is no recalculate normals node yet. Is there recal? No, there's no. So we would need to do that somehow in here procedurally, working out things from maybe the mesh topology nodes. We can. I actually have no idea. Can we find out like neighboring faces? Hey Slink, how's it going? Alright, so what I'm going to do first here is I'm going to well, actually, I don't want to do any mesh joining too much, or do I? What am I up to? I'm trying to make a fill holes node, which is like a bit more useful, so that we can have some like high level node groups for Blender for 3.4. So yeah, I'm just kind of messing around today, just hanging out, doing some geometry nodes. Thought I would stream it because it's node month as well. I don't actually have time to do November right now. So I think if I find the nearest point on the boundary loop and then find out if it's closer than the shortest edge of the boundary loop, then we should just snap to that closest point. Is that new merch? It is. Yeah. The errand ball one. Yeah, link in the description. I just had to get some merch for Blender. But then it was, for Beacon, it was so hot in Amsterdam that I actually couldn't wear jumpers. So I was just wearing Blender merch in the end anyway, just like some Blender t-shirts. Right, sorry, I've had like such a brain fog since the conference. Got our top faces. scale to 0. Now I need to find out what their nearest point is, so I'm going to transfer. Maybe I'll just do geometry proximity. I need the position and the distance, so let's use geometry proximity to the curve to mesh. Here we go, to these points. In Cinema 4D and Houdini, artists can do incredible works for motion design. Can Blender get the same result, or if it depends on the artist, not on the software? Honestly, it's probably going to work on whatever you use. I haven't found any particular limitations with using geometry nodes extensively. Like, there are definitely some, but you can always work around everything. I would say it's mostly down to how far the artist wants to go. Like, not everybody can just pick up Houdini and start making incredible, beautiful artworks. Like, Houdini is an incredibly complex piece of software. And also, you gotta have an eye for it. Like, I have never had an eye for making really cool, crowd-pleasing images and motion graphics. Like, I don't get how people do it. So, yeah. Oh, that worked really well, actually. But we should only do it if the distance is less than some amount. And that amount is going to be based on the average edge length over here. Curve to mesh. Let's use a statistic node with an edge length. Oh, there's no edge length node. Edge vertex then. Oh wait, not that node. We need the edge. These mesh topology ones are confusing. Also, I kind of feel like, well, maybe it's just because I haven't really used them yet. I kind of feel like these ones, they're like face neighbors, edge vertices, should be in the mesh topology nodes, but yeah, there's a self object now. They really quietly put this one in here. So now you can do stuff like object info. Here we go. So now you can do this. And it's like, oh, you can finally get the world position. Crazy. I need to find the edge length, which is going to be the distance from two different vertices. Poggers, yeah. This is going to be into our attribute, which is going to find the average one, or maybe the minimum would be a good one. I don't know if I'm going to run into trouble using this, just because you're going to... I haven't tested like every mesh for what's possible, but it seems like it kind of cleans up a lot of this snapping stuff. So now I just need to work out how to make things face outwards, because most of these, like half of these, are now facing inwards, which is not cool. So I need to flip faces based on the neighboring normals, which I actually don't know how to do. Also, we need to rejoin this to this. Actually, we'll just use another group input. Here we go, join these up. Nice, nice, nice. We can... You just started using Blender. No, you absolutely should be watching. If you enjoy, then you can absolutely watch. Can you figure it out with a raycast? I think that's actually a solid idea, because you can raycast, and if you hit nothing, then you're outside, and if you hit the front of something, then you're outside, and if you hit the back of something, then you're inside. So yeah, you could probably do it with raycasting. That's very useful. Emilius, how's it going? Man with excellent name. Raycast. Breaks pretty quick if you have some shapes above each other. Yeah, so is that not just if it's... is that not just if you're using fill holes? Because that's what I'm going to do for using the n-gons. Right now we're doing an extrusion to get the fan fill. But for sure, if you were doing it like this, that's why I actually put these two stacked, just so I can kind of demonstrate this. Like fill holes here gets completely confused with stacked holes. So in this case, I would need to do a curve to mesh, and then I would need to like set position with an offset based on like the mesh island index. And then if I just maybe multiply this by 100, now everything's going to go away. Then we can fill, oh wait, I should probably do it this way, shouldn't I? Oh, but then mesh island index doesn't work. But we can use a spline index instead. Curve spline index. Spline something? Spline parameter? Surely we have a spline index node. What am I making here? I'm making just a tool, just a fill holes tool. Oh wait, I'm just going to do an interpolate domain. There we go. Set those positions, and now I can fill curves, and then I need to like return the positions to their original positions. And to do this, I can do a capture attribute of the vector on the point domain of the position, and then I can go and set the position back to this afterwards. Oh no, it didn't like it in the slightest. Is it possible to create the same result as in IQ, painting a landscape with maths in Blender? Yes, it is. Nugget already did it. I did some shader wizardry, so yes, absolutely is. Evildoer, yeah, I saw your bug report, I think it was. Or maybe it's just in the Blender chat. It's difficult, like, I'm not sure how to work around that. Maybe you just plan these tools for them to be fixed in the future. Or, I mean, yeah, I think that's probably what I'll do. I'll just assume that at one point it will be fixed. So why is none of these actually... Let's go back to our spreadsheet here. What are we looking at? Okay, I mean, that's definitely printing some colors. I need to transfer. Are the fill curves new geometry? Are they actually? Yeah, that's crazy. So we will transfer it by index. So we can do a geometry sample index. Yes, Link, you're right. And we can sample from here. Actually, in that case, we don't need to capture it. There's no point in capturing if you can't use it. So I'm going to do this. Let's go vector, point domain. You've got to plug in an index now. It doesn't have a default index. So let's go ahead and do that. And now we can transfer that back to here. Okay, close but no cigar. Okay, so it looks like it changes the point order as well. Does it change it if you're doing n-gons? Well, this just got a whole lot more complicated. I mean, so doing the fan fill definitely kind of works, but we need to sort out the normal issue. I'm gonna come back to the n-gon fill because I do want to include that in this node if possible. Yeah, splitting the transfer definitely takes some getting used to. It's like quite often it's like, oh well, now there's more steps to do the same thing, like the sample index and then sample, or yeah, sample nearest outputs just the index, and then sample index with some. So yeah, doing this to do your like nearest sample, that can be like a little bit of a pain. Normally it should only work in 2D. It always only works in 2D, yeah. Which is why we're going to like sample and transfer indices back to things. I wonder if maybe I should we're going to set the position. Let's just set this to like 1 or something. Or 2. So if I do this, sorry, bear with me. Let's scale this down to 0 in the z-axis. Okay. And then we can use this to sample the nearest point instead. I think that's probably best. Sample nearest. But beforehand, we need to transfer we need to capture this beforehand. Like this. Here we go. Also, did I mess my settings up, or can you no longer pick a math operation in the math node with the shortcuts? Yes, you've just messed up your shortcuts, I'm sorry. Yeah, I would feel so compromised if I couldn't use shortcuts like that. Yeah. Confusing for new users. I think that's the thing, like, don't forget that all of you using geometry nodes, all of you taking time out of your evening to watch geometry nodes, this is, you're really early adopters to this. Oh man, now it's really gone missing. Oh, this has to be a mesh? Okay. Curve to mesh. And now we only have 1 point back. Yeah, so everything converts to the new system, but obviously it's not backwards compatible, so you couldn't open a 3.4 file in 3.3. So if you do just test an upgrade, remember to like do your incremental saving, like click the little plus button down here, and it will give you the number. I'm not really sure what to do, like, am I doing something stupid here? I've made the transform flat. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I am stupid. We need to do it after the offset. Now we've only got 2 of them. Making progress here. Gradually working towards our answer. Let's get rid of that. Let's use the position actually just scaled. So I keep having this issue. It's annoying because it couldn't be replicated on the bug report. So if anybody else is having the problem with like pausing during drag search, please let me know. We need to multiply by 1, 1, 0. So now you should be doing, you have the same issue. Okay, that's kind of good. I'm sorry you have the same issue, but it's good that that's confirmed. No add-ons installed. Interesting. Hey Raphael, how's it going? Just in my head, you're like the one who always has like some kind of food, always stoned. I'm sorry that is your reputation. I hope you're having a good evening, man. Been hearing that Blender is 32-bit float based or something like that, and that's why I can't handle huge scenes. Can you explain what that means? 32-bit basically means that you have 32-bit depth of information. Let's actually find what this range is. So a 32-bit float. So you know how colors in Photoshop and things like that, they are limited to like 0 to 255. So 0 to 255 is 256 total values, and that is 8-bit. 32-bit is 2.14 billion. So it means that you have only a value range of up to 2.14 billion, which means that if you start going outside that, Blender it doesn't know the values anymore. It gets stuck. So you'll start getting things like drawing in front of each other or just like jumping around each other with updates. I mean, that's a big number though, right? So that's all 32-bit float means, is that you have, you know, a data range, like a value range of up to 2.1 billion. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what causes it anyway. Yeah, 2 steps is black or white. 2 to the power of 32. Yeah. Alright, I'm still just trying to work out how this works or doesn't work. Got offset. Maybe I can just throw that in there instead. Is this going to be a problem? No. Let's also put this through combine XYZ, maybe just to keep it on the XY plane. There we go as well. So now we've got this, now we've got them filled, now we've got them reconstructed. Thank you. One of these is inside out. I was going to say we could like just check the normals, but the normals are flipped, so that's not going to work. Again, I think we're just going to have to do our raycast checking like we're about to build up for the other one. This is adequate. Actually, let's do a multiply add here, and we can just throw this on before and do that there. That's better. Changing the unit scale will also change how Blender will compute the whole scene when rendering. I'm not actually sure. I know it's in meters now. I'm not sure if changing that to like millimeters is going to mean that you can only go up to like 1 million or 2 million instead of 1 billion. I think that would need some testing. I mean, how big are you dealing, like what size scenes are you dealing with here? I think it's probably better to work at scale if you're doing really big scenes like that. You're probably going to run into issues otherwise. I mean, even just stuff like the view drawing, right? You've got some, yeah, like your clip start, clip end. You are already going to be running into depth issues. Oh, you didn't mean the unit system. Wait, where's the unit scale then? Is that not part of the units? Oh. Oh yeah, I mean the tooltip literally says actually, working at small or large unit scale respectively can be used to avoid numerical precision problems. So yeah, I guess use the unit scale in that case. If you're working on something massive, make it big, does it say? Yeah. And that'll fix or help you. I am going to just I'm going to actually just duplicate this down. So this is like a totally different system, pretty much. Down here. We can just switch between them. What I want to do this one for is because it's going to give us n-gons instead of triangles. I know it's getting triangulated, but just gives you more options. Hey, Shiraga. Shiraga? How to pronounce. Let me join these up. Just how we did before, and then we're going to work out our recasting thing. This is pretty close. The cool thing about doing all this as well is that it's going to give us I completely forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, my brain is fried. So I can just set my multiply down here to give me, like if I'm working on something really big, then maybe, okay, let's just do this really janky. Let's take a bounding box. I'm going to just go the distance diagonally. And I'm going to use this as my multiply down here. So if you work on something big, you know you're never going to get any any overlaps. Like that should be fine. Cool. So now we need to do the thing where we do the thing with the raycast. So what I would like for this is going to be to take the face to points. That's not right. Mesh to points. I think. Faces. We can transfer this back by index in the face domain. That should be fine. Let's do a raycast onto, this is not our target geometry. Our target geometry is the, I want to say post joined. Which may introduce other issues, like if we've already got some bits which have flipped. And you like, so, okay, here's the idea. We can take a section here that we've filled this hole, but let's say that it's got reverse normals, so it's actually pointing in this direction rather than everything else which is pointing outwards. The idea is that if you hit the inside of something, so the hit direction is less than 90 degrees away from the normal where you hit, then you are inside, which means that you would now need to flip this. If you are, however, pointing at somewhere that we've also filled a hole incorrectly, then it's going to immediately think it's outside. I think that's probably less likely, like how many holes are you filling? Do you also see your cursor really big, or is it something for the stream? I also see it really big. I make it big just so that people can follow it on like mobile devices. And something that I really hate about it, in Windows 11, like the default cursor is fine. Nice and sharp, clearly vectors. But as soon as you get one of these, like the handle ones, I think are the worst. They're just scaled up PNGs. Like, look at these, they're garbage. I can literally see like the aliasing. Terrible. So yeah, Windows just literally scales up the images without it being vectorized. Kind of dumb. Node softly but carry a big pointer. Alright, so what I want to do is raycast at this. My source position is going to be these, so that's where I'm going to capture this. I'm just going to work it out what we're doing here. We're going to be just capturing a Boolean. Won't necessarily need the capture at the end, I'm just using this as like something to plug into so I can think. If we raycast, need to raycast in the normal direction of the face. Do these have normals? Do these points register like a normal from the face they came from? I would assume, Anirudh Sharma, that are you using Eevee for your rendering? Because if you are, then you need to make sure that you have your material set up down at the bottom. Hopefully you can see this. If I make a new material, viewport display, you can see blend mode and shadow mode. If you change both of these down to alpha blend or alpha clip, I guess if you're making something which is like not completely transparent, then probably alpha blend like this, and then you probably want alpha clip or hashed for your shadows. And you're probably going to get Z-depth drawing issues as well, so I would also recommend turn off back face if you're doing transparent bottles, if you're doing this with Eevee anyway. Anyone know if there's some sort of bisect node in the works? There's a few bisect nodes that have already been made, but they're not finalized. They're in a state where they could be worked on by the community. Oh, if you're using cycles, then it should just work. I wonder why it is not. Maybe if you have Discord, join my Discord and ask in the help channel. Somebody will help you. People are super helpful there. I was going to capture these on the points, but maybe I'm not going to do that now because it doesn't seem to be useful. Where did my mesh just go? There we go. Yeah, as for the bisect node, it's on my wish list. I'm sure it will get added at some point. It's going to be useful for everything. Nikki and Arturo say hi. Hey, how's it going? Oh, so many people have come by to say hello. So nice. He did the alpha thing and it did work, but in the video he didn't do it, so I was a bit confused. If you're using cycles, but you're in material preview rather than rendered. This material preview option up here, this is Eevee. It's not cycles. Cycles is only the full rendered version. If you're in this bit, you have to work with your Eevee settings to make it look correct. What about loops? Those would be neat. At the Blender conference, we had a whole conversation about loops. Why they should be added, why they shouldn't be added, why they should be added but not until later, and there's a lot of discussion around it. I missed the meeting today, unfortunately, but there's yeah, I think everybody was in agreement basically that there should be loops. That was the general takeaway. I don't know what the priority is for that though. It would definitely be amazing, but I think one of the arguments against it is that you can shortcut to a lot of solutions that are not very good. You can beginners are basically well, I'm thinking about programming, so I'm going to do for loop, but actually in geometry nodes it's often better to be the way it's been designed, to be using things like group indices or group index, or Edu is asking about group statistics. So at the moment you couldn't do something like attribute statistic. In fact, I've done one somewhere. I thought I had. Oh yeah, up here. So at this point I've got these curved meshes, right? But I'm taking the minimum edge length from just all of them. It's not taking the edge length per thing because it's not grouped by anything. I think there was a patch for group statistics by Johnny a long time ago, when the accumulate node was added. But I think it's probably one of those things that's on a bit of a back burner. It should definitely be added though. I can't think of any reason not to add it. Right, let's go back in here. I just want to get my brain working. Oh, nice, yeah. I think Blender and geometry nodes, it's such a big tool set, so you should, just definitely keep building towards it. Could you speak up a little bit? Yes, well, no, but I can turn myself up a little bit. Hopefully this is a little bit louder for you. I don't want to clip, but hopefully this is alright. Well, I'm so much louder in my own ears. Alright, so, yeah, I gotta turn myself down for me. There we go. Plenty loud, but no clearer. Yeah, it's not going to be clearer. I unfortunately have quite a just droney voice, so unfortunately it's not going to be any easier to understand if you don't. I wonder if we can do live transcripts. Does Blender do Does YouTube do live transcripts? Doesn't seem to. I know I was asking about doing transcripts before. Peter draws art, man. If I had the accent as well, I love him. He's so good. I wonder how we can do this. Hang on. Just give me a sec here, folks. I know OBS has the experimental captions feature. Okay, bear with. Let's see if we can... I'm going to pull this up onto the stream. If anybody knows how to do this, feel free to shout out and help. Create a new window capture source. Hey Nate, how's it going? New window capture captions. And where are they finding this? I don't know if this is going to actually just confuse things because I'm I'm talking about something very technical. Maybe this is something that I'm going to need to add at some point in the future, or like just not live. If you're using OBS, download the WebSocket plugin. Yeah, alright, I'll do this another time. I'm sorry. I will try and get it sorted at some point. Anyway. Yeah, I definitely do want to add captions though at some point, but just for like accessibility. Also, I know that I'm not very I'm not very clear with my enunciation. That is Firefox. I use Firefox. Blender needs to notify its physics engine. Yeah, precode it is. That is the idea is that everything becomes, well, the Everything Nodes project is the thing, right? Okay, taking these, capture the attribute. We are needing to shoot in the normal direction, which should read the normal of these faces. So let's go ahead and do that. Ray direction should be normal. And we are interested in the hit normal product against the incoming normal. Here we go. So now what we've got is basically a comparison between the ray direction and the hit normal. And if this is greater than 0, then okay, live captioning on your own device. That's interesting. Yeah, let me write a note. I should definitely sort this out. This is something that's been on my mind for a while. Oh, do you all want to see my succulent? I got a succulent from Beacon, like most other people. I managed to get a real fluffy one. I had to get one that was quite small so I could actually fit it in my bag to fly home. Like captions. Yeah, I don't really know too much about succulents. I have it in a little drip tray because it's full of water at the moment, but where have you all gone? So pretty. Yeah, it's a little bit grubby. I need to properly brush it off. So it lost like half of its mud, half of its earth in the pot while I was in transport because It was on its side. It was literally, it was inside a paper cup and it was on its side in my bag with like everything else. So, yeah, but it's so cute. Oh my god, I just love fluffy plants. I've got some real fluffy cactuses as well. They're so great. Also, oh my god, talking of plants, I've been growing an avocado and he's doing so great. Little George avocado. Oh my god, I love him. And like, look how big his leaves are. I'm so proud. One day I'll get an avocado and it'll probably be disgusting, but I'll know it came from... Why are they called succulents? Are they tasty? They are... No, just because they suck water, I guess. They are full of liquid. They have like the real pudgy leaves. And George, yeah. George Avocados. There's like a... This is a Scooby-Doo reference. George Avocados. Which, I don't know, when was this Scooby-Doo? Is this the 90s one? Spoilers, he stole or his dad stole like a diamond doorknob. And yeah, so that's why he's called George. Succulent refers to their water retention. Interesting. Succus, like a succubus. Okay, so we're raycasting, we're hitting the inside of something, and we're saying, okay, that was a yes. That was a yes to being on the inside. In which case, flip. And if you don't hit anything, you're on the outside, so that's a no. And if you hit the front of something, then the normals are facing you, then this is also a no, so that's good. So here we go. This means that we can now use this to flip faces. Not everywhere, just on... Oh no, apparently everywhere. Alright, so why? How? What am I doing? Succulents die more from overwatering than underwatering, right? Yeah, they die from root rot because they hold water. They don't need you to be like, they like a good water, and then they like to just hang out and not be drowned. Okay, greater than or equal. I mean, oh, that's worse. That's just flipped all of them. We need to, let's have a little debug here. Okay, so this one, interesting. Greater and equal. We need to do it. Okay, I'm going to set the source position to be the center of each face. I think that's probably going to be best, or at least it might work. You have no idea what I'm doing. It's taken me so long to just like, on the live streams I was just not chatting, so apologies. I wonder if I need to transfer the normals. I don't think I do. Pretty sure they're correct. So we should just be able to take the source position from here and say what's the zero, like what's the central position per point, and we can do this with the accumulate field node. Oh, that's not useful to me. What was that? Accumulate on curve? How is that node group even in this file? That's weird. Oh, don't worry, Quackles. I'm not even doing November at the moment. I'll roll some together this weekend and just do like a crazy long stream, which I'm actually really looking forward to. Oh, I should have taken the week after Beacon off. My brain was just like 20% today. So, accumulate field. Actually, I mean, I'll go through it so you see. So accumulate field, we're going to be accumulating on not with that. We're going to be accumulating a vector position per mesh island. So we take the island index as the group index. This gives us the sum of all of these, which we just need to divide by the number of points. Right? It's great. It's just a little bit too big. And also the white doesn't show up as properly white. I kind of want to get like an embroidered patch. Let's come down here. This time, instead of accumulating a vector, we're going to just accumulate one for each point. And there we go. Now we have the average vector per face, which we can use as the source position. And now they are all white. Well, that's incredibly annoying. What about these ones? Why are these ones inverted? These ones should be correct. Oh. Maybe I should actually just do it here. It's because they're hitting themselves. I have these faces here, right? And I was doing it at these faces, which means that there's like a 50-50 chance that they're just going to straight up hit themselves immediately. So in theory, if I do it now... Oh no, still bad. Still bad. Great. Okay. Well, if that doesn't work, then I have no idea. Let's have a look with the raycast node here. Raycast plus. Take our geometry, our target geometry, our hitting geometry. Okay. These are going to be our source positions. I wonder if this node is broken. That's like not exactly what I was expecting. Okay, yeah, that's definitely just not working. What do I need to do? Let's add a tiny little bit of this normal to this. Scale. 1 centimeter. I'm just going to add that to this. That's our source position, so now we've pushed off just a little bit. Should still be going ray direction in the normal, which actually, because that's normalized, that's fine to just use the scaled version if we need to. But the dot product needs that also to be the scaled version, so it's like consistent. And this is still just flipping everything. So apparently none of these hit. Well, to be fair, that one probably does actually shoot out. So let's try. Sorry, this is taking me so long. Oh no, we've been found by the bots. Oh, I nearly added them as a moderator. That would have been a mistake. Timeout and delete. There we go. I still feel like this raycasting thing is the way to go. Maybe I'm just wrong about where the normals are going. If the mesh is not convex, it should always hit. Oh, so you mean if it's going forwards, it's gonna, well, so, okay, so if it hits the front of something, like if it's this shape or, yeah, let me just move that down. So if you had a mesh that was like this shape and you have a normal which comes up and hits here, then this is going to have a normal in this direction because it's on the outside. So if you're hitting something that is on the outside, that's what our dot product is doing, this compare. Yeah, the dot product in the compare. This is checking whether we are in front, whether we're hitting the front or the back of a face. So if it's the front of a face, then it shouldn't flip it. If it's hitting the back of a face like this, where you've got two arrows in the same direction, then it should flip it because it's saying it's on the inside. And if you're facing off into the middle of nowhere and you never hit anything, then so this one should be no, this one should be no, and this one should be yes. In theory. The problem is I don't understand why this isn't working. This definitely happens fairly regularly with geometry nodes when I'm like, is this a 3 point, like, is this an alpha problem or is this a me problem? It's just like the logic of it. Yeah, the tentacle parts. To be fair, like, you gotta think of that film and then remember that that was so long ago. Like, The Hobbit was so much worse. The CGI in The Hobbit was such garbage compared. Okay. Matrix does still hold up. Gollum in The Hobbit was... I mean, oh, it's just the rest of The Hobbit. It was so bad. You also get the drag search ports. Okay. In the library mess and the drive speed. I thought I was having an issue with it slowing down on the drag search because my library was on an external hard drive. Or, not external, like a... it's like a spinning hard drive. I've got it on a NAS drive. So it's not super fast. So yeah, I thought it was that, but then I disabled it before I turned off my library in here, and now I've just got it on my, like, where Blender is installed. In fact, I can probably just delete that one as well. Andukar. Because of people like you, 3D is going to be automated. Are you proud? Yeah, I am. And also, if your workflow could be automated, then you're not doing anything special. You should lean into the fact that you're human and that you can do things that only humans can do. My workflow could be automated. If I don't learn anything new, if I don't change my workflow over the next 5-10 years, then I'm not going to have a job. But that's how we should all be thinking. Like, we should all be looking to the future and trying to make it the best process for the future generations who are going to come into creating artwork and creating new stories and entertainment. All right. I'm trying to work out, like, how I can even debug this. Let's try and just do some instancing real quick. I'm going to instance on points. These are going to be the points. We're going to instance a curve line. I'm going to get rid of that viewer. We're going to align rotation to the normal. Yeah, interesting. That's not exactly what I was expecting. Which is good because every advance in art in the past 10,000 years has been a mistake. I respect that. That's like such a... I have like a really good book on the history of art, and it starts like basically with cave printing and cave painting and up to now. There's definitely a lot of cool things that have happened. Still lags on search. That's a shame. They really they got to get the lazy lookup search thing working better. And also, I'm going to find this bug report I did because I need other people who have the same problem to be, to contribute to it, because otherwise they're just like, well, we can't repeat it, so maybe it's just you. Developer.blender, I think. I wonder if I can find my own bug reports. No. I don't think I can. Yeah, I think this is it. Hey, Rethberg, how's it going? Yeah, that's the, if you have similar issues or like the same issue, then yeah, just like comment underneath at the end of that thread that you're also having the same problem, if you are having it. Does the I can't even pronounce that, macaquinos? Basically the human centipede is performing art. Wow, you can't automate that. Thank God. Thank God. You only have the drag search problem on 3.4 though. It seems like a bug where Blender just deletes. Yeah, so it will only be on 3.4 because it's only in 3.4 that they've added assets. Like if I just search for accumulate or something, do I have anything in here? Yeah, like my ETK nodes. You can see that they show up and they're just, they are assets. They're not actually my file. Let's see. So clearly this is basically what the problem was. My normals are completely out of whack. I have no idea what's happened with them. So they're just going straight off in 90-degree angles, which is interesting. It's like it's not recalculated normals from the faces that it's just made. Interestingly, I didn't know it would do that. I don't know if that's a bug or if that's... Is that an alpha thing or a me thing? So... Now I'm trying to work out how I even recalculate this. Killing small is nothing. YouTube told you nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't announce it and I didn't schedule it. I just was like, okay, I'm just going to start streaming right now. So, my apologies. I'll tweet them next time. I knew this time was just going to be like me messing around making nodes. So is this an icosphere? It is an icosphere that I cut some holes in. And I'm trying to fill the holes. And just, yeah, I'm trying to fill the holes but without breaking the normal continuity. What about some node groups for the new hair system? Oh, that's actually a good shout. I don't really know how to use the new hair system, but I will try and learn. Actually, I think that's something that the developers are probably going to include, because they were talking about the new node tools, which are like destructive one hit, like here's a node group that you just apply to something rather than it going through geometry nodes. Hair groups, here we go. What are we doing? So how am I going to work out where these normals are actually going? Can I like transfer it from the underlying mesh? Do I need to merge distance and then transfer? If I do it from here, oh my god. Oh, am I stupid? The answer is of course yes. I was aligning to the x-axis. Okay, so I can't believe I did that. So this seems like it should just work. Hey, see you later, Slink. Sleep well, man. yeah, it should just work. So we're going in the right direction. Correct. I think if you check the position, you can make so the normal is away from the center. I think if you check the position, you can make so the normal is away from the center. Nani? We do a set position. So if I center them, is this what you mean? Yeah, but that does not work so well. Let's do an add a little bit of normal. Oh, that's I wonder if it's because my source position then. I wonder if I need to do something like it captured or transferred. If you have the holes, the normals are pointing towards the center. Or if you flip the normal of the correct faces, it shoots rays to the holes and you filled. What if you flip the normal of the correct face and it shoots rays on holes that you filled and compare the normals? Sorry, let me try and understand what I'm reading. My brain is like, it's just off at this point. Lone Adams, how's it going? I am making a fill holes node. I'm just making some tools today. We're not doing like a scene or anything, we're just having some fun. You're just guessing, no worries. Your normal flipping is using transfer nearest. You're transferring the nearest normal from the mesh with holes in it. Interesting. Popo, no apologies. It's just it probably, what you said probably makes sense. I probably just need to like use my brain. Your normal flipping is using the transfer from the nearest, and it works in most cases if the edge angle is greater than, or not if the edge angle is greater than 180, which makes sense. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea actually. I feel like so many of my great ideas are actually just yours. Just things I've seen you do. Let's try this. I'm going to do a transfer by nearest face. Nearest face. Nearest surface. We're going to transfer from our holy mesh. Vector. Normal. And I'm going to check this. Yeah, dot. Oh, you accumulate? Oh, you're doing it by the nearest edge. Interesting. Does that work in 3.4 though? Like, how have the transfers changed for you? Are you doing nearest edge, or are you doing nearest face interpolated? This is going to be a dot product with the current normals greater than. To be fair, that seems like it's working now. Yeah, I think I can imagine what you've done, so don't worry. And this currently seems to work, so I'm going to just say less than. We'll stress test this a little bit, maybe. So I'm going to take these, this. Now they all point outwards, and then we can. So in my mental model of what you're doing, it is a matter of checking if each component of the normal has the same sign as the position. If they don't match, then flip it. So I'm not doing signs, I'm doing like how similar the normals are. But essentially, yes, essentially what you're saying is correct. in this case we're actually checking each vector, because we actually it's the flip faces is going to be on the face domain, so it's going to be the nearest surface position to the face itself. We're not doing any forcing this out through like a interpolate domain or anything. I'm just going to go ahead and delete all of this rubbish around the outside. I just need to join these and merge them, I think. Join and merge. Okay, can we break this a bit further? Oh, okay, so if you have non-manifold geometry, interesting, yeah. So this is your like your 90-degree issue. It's transferring the face normal from the other side. I mean, it's doing a pretty good job of like actually filling stuff. I still think the raycast would give us a more robust result. If you had something that was just like a Suzanne though, right? That's going to be pretty good. If I just delete her eyes, for example, then you can see the eyes get filled nicely. And if I just delete that... Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder if I need to force it through the edge domain then, like you were saying. I still don't get why the raycast didn't work, but that can be a challenge for another day. So if I were to do nearest edge instead, sample nearest edge on here, and then I can sample index, vector normal on the edges still, and we can then do our dot project and less than, like so, and then you were doing an accumulate. Well, just through my mouse. Here we go. Yeah. Listen to lesson. Did I add a... Yes, I did. Accumulate. So we're just going to basically add for each point, add one. No, for each point, for each edge, add one per mesh island. Which should still at this point be yeah. Okay, so now if this total value is ever above something, do I need to do this like compare it against? So you were just adding one for each one, and if accumulate over edge or point is far from perfect 2. How new is the mouse? This is a year old. I got it for my birthday last year, actually. I'm just using my MX Master. Let's divide by 2. Oh, something somebody told me the other day was that you can actually divide stuff, and it's going to be like compiled by the thing that does the work. So yeah, you can divide and it's not going to be non-optimal. So divide by 2 means we're going to do at least half of these. If we have more yeses than that, then we should flip. Let's try this. Oh, actually that does. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, now I've got like the itch to make the raycast work, because I feel like it would just be better. An MMO mouse with 12 buttons. Man, that's nuts. I think I have what? We've got like the 3 thumb buttons on mine. And that's, I don't even use all of them. You filled with n-gons and compared to greater than face neighbor vertices times 0.5 and triangulate afterwards. Compared greater than face neighbor vertices. Oh yeah. So I mean that's basically what I'm doing here. Is I'm sampling, because this is going to be sampling it per face, I think. But the nearest vertex, like the nearest normals, are going to be on there. Yeah, I still think that raycast should just be able to work like 100% of the time, or at least like close to. Hey Barella, how's it going? You're not super late. We're 2 hours in, and I've done very little, very little. We're just trying to fill some holes and just like trying to work out how to fix our normals. So I'm still confident that we can make raycasting work. We're going to be raycasting. I still think we should raycast at the joined mesh as well. So there we go. If we were to raycast just straight down, would that be a problem? It's still going to tell us if we're inside a mesh. No, I think it needs to actually be based on the normals. Beaver, how are you doing? I'm making a fill holes node, which can work with doing like these sorts of fills, which are fan fills. Where you get like there, it goes down to a point. We're also going to do these ones, which are n-gon fills, which sometimes work worse. But we always have the problem where sometimes you're going to end up with normal issues depending on the edge direction. So I'm going to we're trying to come up with a solution for this. Ray direction should definitely be normal. So that should be fine. Maybe let's just start out with is hit. And let's do that. Alright, so you're saying, well, we should definitely add a little bit of the normal to the position. And then we'll put that into the source position just to make sure it's off the surface. There we go, but now we've got this problem. Okay, they're hitting other meshes, so that's actually kind of fine. Let's just use a compare node here. Let's go for direction to the normal. Angle of 0, epsilon of 0-ish. That's not true, actually. Alt Shift right mouse button. Alt Shift left mouse button. To create this example with faces, did you create a tool that breaks faces too? Poly Ruiner. Yeah. Okay, I think actually I need to make sure that this goes this way. This is just so bizarre that it's like constantly wanting to fail. I mean, okay, so everything else works, not my sphere. Let's try the dot product version. C is going to be 0, epsilon is going to be 1. Oh, I don't know how this compare word works. Let's just use a regular dot product. Hit normal. Normal, normal. Greater than. Yeah, exactly. All of the other ones are like really happy with this. And it's just the sphere. Oh, and then as soon as I make it. Okay, so that should be dot product. This should be a float. Greater than. Okay. Oh, and then as soon as I do it, it just inverts everything on the sphere. How is this possible? Okay, let's try adding another object. Can we just do it with like... Okay, this sphere is also unhappy, which is good. Now we have some comparison. What I want to do in that case is I want to check things like the normals. Which seem fine, that seems correct. And then the raycast. It's greater than 0. So we should only flip it in cases where it has all of the vertices selected, is that right? I think it is. Or apparently not. Let's do this on the face. What about comparing the normal to the average of the normals of the neighbouring faces? The challenge is getting the neighbouring faces, I think, unless you can do that with the mesh topology thing. I know like generally in other software, Houdini, you would be able to just like loop over your nearest neighbours. But there's just not really, there's not really much I can do about that. Hopefully I'm just doing something stupid. Let me open 3.3 and see if this actually just works in 3.3. Because if it does, then it's just a 3.4 thing. And I just need to be sure that I'm not bashing my head against a bug. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay. Hey Lattice, how's it going? I'm making... what am I doing? We're making some high-level node groups for the 3.4 release, hopefully. Anyway, if they accept them. Oh boy, that's not pretty. Did I do something wrong? Point index. Oh right, nearest point, not transfer by index. Nearest point. There you go. Yeah, this one seems to be flipped as well, or like just not enjoying itself. Right now we're trying to make a fill holes node. let's use a debug node here. Material preview. Making a randomized normals. I'm trying to fix the normals. And they're like mostly okay, but like also just not in general. Like if I maybe this is actually gonna work. And then I do this, and then it's like, nah. I'm just gonna, it makes no sense. Like, why is this one flipping? Both of these two flip for some reason, even though we can see that neither of them have like a white boolean on them. So neither of these should be being told to flip. If I set this to face, is that gonna change? Something's going on with our domain interpolation here. How can it be 0 everywhere, but then if it's on a face, it's 1? Let's just do it to this. Does that keep happy? Not quite. Yeah. Okay, so we fixed our we fixed some things and we've broken others. Okay. I feel like I should probably move on to different nodes at this point and just like come back to this. Wow. Do you ever just use Blender and realize that you're not as clever as you thought you were? like repeatedly proven to me. This is crazy. Like how, what am I missing? Okay, I'm gonna carry on. We're gonna turn this into a group just to be done with it. Control G, here we go. Mesh and oh my god, look, we've got so many node groups coming in here. Wait for a recalculate normals node, yeah. Well, hopefully that won't take too long. Oh my god, all of the inputs are actually from the same place, which is fun. Here we go. So this one should just be, yeah, mesh. Just like this. ETK crasher, yeah. And I need to be able to switch between triangles and n-gon, so I'm just going to throw in a boolean here for triangle or fan n-gon. There we go. And I can just come up to the end here. This one joins things together. This one also joins things together. So we can just switch between these. And we'll work out what's going on later. So this one is going to be fill holes. Needs work. There we go. So save in. What was the next one on our list? We've got fill holes, we've got edge lattice. Let's do the curve to mesh UV. That one's much more fun. So let's come back in here. And we're going to just grab a curve, primitive, star. And we're going to try and do a couple of things here. So let's go for a curve to mesh. Interesting. We also have spur chalk nodes in here. Or at least some spur chalk nodes. Maybe they're being announced in a, or like registered in a special way. So curve to mesh, we're going to put on a circle curve like so, and then we're just going to see what happens when we do our UV binding, and then we can work backwards from there. Actually, a use case of loops, and what, just like check each one in series. Yeah, maybe. You could definitely reduce your risk of error, I think, if you were to do loops, although it might be more computationally expensive. Let's capture a couple of attributes. We're going to be capturing the, I never know if I should use the spline parameter factor or length. I'm going to use the length this time because I think it's probably a bit more, because it basically corrects the UV space rather than it just being 0 to 1 and stretching. And then we're going to put this through a combine Y and a combine Z, combine X there. Now we can view the output. Okay, so this is the issue that everybody runs into. Let's set this down to a little bit less. So you go basically from 0, it should really be like 0 here, and then coming up, so this should be black, but because this here is 1 on this side, it's blending. So the best way for us to work with this, and the same happens here as well, right, at this 0th point. What I would have normally said before would be to what would it be? To use spirals and then do like some merging. But I think there's actually a better way to do it. We're going to try. I don't know if I got it working last time. Just doing loads of stuff on stream, just making stuff up here. So let's go and grab a grid primitive. Oh wait, mate. I think this is where I went wrong last time. We're not going to use a grid. We're going to use 2 lines. Curve, line. Here we go. So let's put all of this into a group just to begin with. Control G. We're going to have our path and our... Oh god, I've just deleted everything. Actually, what do we call these here? So curve and profile curve. Profile curve. And we should just be able to do a fill caps just like normal, just so it's basically the same on the outside. So we'll call this one curve to mesh UV. We're also going to need a string input, but we can add that later. For now, because geometry nodes is always a violent thing, when is the right time to learn it? I think it's fairly stable, like it's not going to be completely redesigned like it did last year. I hope. I don't think it will though. I think they're onto a good thing now. I would say any time at this point. The earlier the better, because when you're working with these nodes, like it's so easy for us to just say, oh well, we've got 3 new curve nodes and 7 new, so there's like 10 new topology nodes. So I've only got to learn 10 new nodes this week or this month or whatever. Whereas if you start fresh now, you've got like nearly 200 nodes here. Plus if you have something like ETK, then that's another like 120 nodes. If you have something like Node++, then you also have like another 100 to 200 nodes. I think Doppelganger, you were going to release like 100 nodes as well. There's just so many, it explodes basically. The more you leave it, like the longer you leave it, the more complicated it's going to be, like the more of a vertical step you're going to have to take up the first time you open it. I would just say, yeah, jump in. Jump in. It's November now, so it's a good time to get started. tired of waiting for topple stuff. It's like hands down one of the most talented people in geometry nodes. We're going to take our curve inputs here, and we need to find out some information about them. I need to know how many points they have and if they're cyclic. So let's use a domain size. I'm looking for my curve information. The point count here is going to go, well, actually this is going to go into a curve line. It's going to be resampled. And we're going to be sampling by the point count. There we go, now I have a nice little slice here. Let's grab our spreadsheet again. So 16 points over there, 16 points over here, but this is actually a bit misleading because if it's a, if this is 0.0, 1, 2, etc., all the way up to 16, then to have the same, like the actual amount of topology after we've done our skinning, hey Jen, how's it going? After skinning here, we actually want to add another point if it's cyclic. So I need to find out if this spline here is cyclic, and if it is, then I need to add 1 to this spline. Is there like a... No. I want to check if the spline is cyclic, but I can only do this over here, which means I'm going to need to then transfer it. Good morning or good evening. Yeah, it's 10 to 11 here PM. So if I capture an attribute in a boolean, that's all going to be yes because it is cyclic. Then we need to transfer it over. Some of quality of life improvements will be redundant in 3.4. Yeah, I think that's good though. Like release node groups with a view that you're going to delete them over time, like as geometry nodes gets better. Like it's a privilege to delete a redundant node group because it got added faster. Like the I did all of that like marching cube stuff, and now if you look in my marching cubes nodes, they're actually just volume cube. Like I just deleted all of that work because it got added properly. Yeah, so how am I going to transfer that to this? Well, it should have the same amount of points, I guess. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. It should just be able to transfer by index. What if there's multiple curves though? Okay. Now I feel like I'm making this just way more complicated for myself. So I need... Let's start off basic. We can add stuff as we need it if we need it. Let's just add a boolean. Index 0 is fine because they're all the same, right? It's just cyclic across everything at the moment. Hey, Sean. We're doing this as a thing, so we can just add, should anyway, just be able to add these together. Add. I'm going to turn off the hateful auto offset. And then we can just add these, and we should actually have 17 coming out of there, which we do. All right. So this is one of our splines. Now we basically just need to do the other one for the profile curve. So I'm going to just duplicate. That can go in there like that. This one, Control H, we're going to use the profile curve in our capture and into our domain size. And we've now got our resample here. This one can go in the x-axis. That's fine. Let's put these into a group. This one is profile. This one is path or curve. Then we can use a mesh, curve to mesh. And we have a grid. So now what we can do on this grid is we have the same amount of topology, the same number of corners as we have up here. So in theory, this blending issue should not happen if we transfer, if we create basically the same thing over here. So we're not going to be able to use length, we're going to have to use factor because we don't have the actual length, or do we? Yeah, we do. We totally do. So we can also take our curve length, curve length node. I'm just going to put this one through a combine, X, Y, Z. This one can start off with the Z axis. There we go. Or we could just use the direction like this. This one is going to be the same, this time coming off the profile curve and going into the direction. Very much alive, Michael. It was a pretty busy summer with making courses and just seeing people and taking a bit of a break from the screen. So no, it was good. It was I was grateful for the break, but I'm definitely wanting to do more content now. I'm testing out an editor. I'm planning some stuff for the future, so there's definitely going to be a lot more content on the way as we work through. Alright, there we go. So now we should have this. Let's do a combine as well here. This is going to be the X, oh sorry, this is going to be the Y, and then that's going to be the X from the profile. Now if I check these, this one should go in the X direction. There we go. Cool. That looks good. We can now transfer this by index from the face corners of this one onto the face corners of this other one. And that should, in theory, work. I think it'll work. So I need to have a sample index from the geometry. Here we go, sample index. We're going to be transferring a vector on the face corners by index. Here we go. Should have the same amount of topology, so this should just work. So now if I view these, there we go. Now we have a sharp seam running around. Oh, Brian, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Going to buy them no matter the answer. What kind of people would you recommend buy your Geometry Nodes courses? Well, I would say the beginner one is definitely for like anybody. We literally walk through like step by step by step. So in that case, yeah, anybody is going to be able to follow along with that course. And the advanced course is definitely a bit of a step above, but we designed it with the intent that it would be possible for somebody who just did the beginner one to then transition over to the advanced one. There's a lot of content in them. The beginner one is definitely more like consumable intuitively. So I definitely think like the beginner one is just super accessible, I think, anyway. And so it's just dealing really with like scattering and some slightly more technical stuff, but very much still in the realms of like, if you can imagine it, you can make it. With the advanced course, we do get into a bit more stuff like SDFs and shortest path, but you can get a taste actually. I have a tutorial on this channel that I released last week that was, or maybe this week even, that's about shortest path nodes, and that's actually taken from the advanced course, so you can have a feel for the pacing and the delivery if you're interested in testing it. Oh, it's nice to hear people think I'm alright teaching. I really enjoy it. Here we go, right, so is this going to work? So since the open profiles don't use caps, you need to compensate for those missing on the transferring. Yeah. Also, like when you have a combination of cyclic and non-cyclic splines, because you need to add one only where you've got an extra. I wonder if we somehow need to like encode the information into like an instancing system so I can do something a bit more intelligent with like how we transfer information around. Like whether something is cyclic and then we can maybe just do like a resample curve based on the length. So we can maybe use that for scaling. So if we have, it's always going to be one profile, so that's fine. Or it's not even necessarily going to be one profile, is it? You could have a like a string or something. You might do like 3 or 4 circles. How would this work if you remove the bottom and top faces of a cube? Come again? Bit of a non sequitur. How do you mean? Sorry, you're going to have to explain that one a little bit more for me. So like what I'm doing at the moment is I'm creating a UV map for a spline, basically, supposedly regardless of how it's put together. What I want to do is I'm going to make myself just a really nasty collection of curves here. Let's just grab another curve. Let's do a Bezier segment, I guess. Let's maybe also transform this one sideways a little bit. Right, so in this one, yeah. So I've moved on. I temporarily I've gone on a fill holes hiatus because it was getting too confusing for me. I need to come back to it when I like understand what those normals were doing. I don't know why that wasn't working, so I need to like debug that. I didn't want to waste people's time. So I've moved on to curve to mesh UV, where I'm creating just a standard curve to mesh, but I'm creating a proper UV map on the meshed out spline, because that's something that people just always need all the time. So it seems to be like a good thing to do for one of these, one of these base node groups. So for our curve circle, I'm just going to do a quick radial array on here. Let's drop down our radius. Let's do realize these instances as well. And there we go. And oh yeah, no worries, man. Let's take one of these and make them non-cyclic. And we'll just do this with the index. Oh, that did not do anything. Let's do this with the index. Interpolate domain. Gonna do integer on the instance domain. On the spline domain. That'll do. Alright, so now we have 2 cyclic, 1 non-cyclic spline, and acyclic and non-cyclic thingamabob. So how are we going to do this now? Suddenly a little bit more complicated. Let's take... Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to do it with instancing. But I think that's going to be fine. Let's increase the resolution of that a little bit. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit. I'm going to move that down temporarily. What did I study at university? I studied interior design. It's not very relevant, but I can design a good public bathroom. So I've got these two. I need to capture some information here. I want to capture the count. Is that right? Total, maybe do I need to accumulate to get the spline count? Yeah, the counts per spline. Yes. So we're going to use utility, accumulate field. That's not where that goes. So we're going to be capturing an integer for the total count of the splines Oh right, viewer 2 and 2 points 18 and 18, which needs to be an interpolate domain for the spline index. There we go, 16 and 2. Right. I might also need to resample curves based on evaluated in that case. There we go, 16 and 54, that's better. So this basically just bakes out whatever Bezier handles you've got, and then we're counting up the number of handles there are or the number of points there are after that per point. That's good. And then I also need to check if it's cyclic. Can I just add that to this? Yes, I can. So that is only changing the one that is cyclic, so that's perfect. And then I can just go ahead and delete all of the points except from like the first and second. Or maybe, can I do like a spline to points? No. So we just need to do this based on the first point then. So let's go and delete geometry. Based on the index. Oh, that's not what I want. Based on the spline parameter index, because that's going to delete all of everything that's not the first point of each spline instead. There we go. That's still got the information we need, and now we can use this to instance on points a curve line, which is 1 meter long and is scaled to this. Right, one of these should be 17, the other one should be, 54, and then we can resample these curves based on a 1 meter length. Oh, okay. Maybe instead of doing that, we resample based on this count. And we actually need to scale it to the length of each spline, so I need to capture the spline float, the length. spline length. There we go. Have you considered working at Blender, or is development not something that interests you? I would love to work at Blender, but I don't know any C++. I also work at Unity, so yeah, I have a really cool job there where I just do Blender stuff. But yeah. I wonder if this shortest paths workflow could use some higher level node groups as well. I think it probably could. I was trying to think of some before. It was... it's just kind of hard to know because there's a lot of stuff that I use things for where I need like... I could make a node group but I'll never use it because I always want to configure specific stuff. But I guess a node group should really just help you set stuff up quickly. So I guess having a mesh, like the edge paths to curves, the shortest edge paths, I wonder if there's anything else you would even need for this. Like you could just do it like that, couldn't you? Like mesh in, curves out, start vertices, end vertices, edge cast. Edge length to plug into the cost, for example. Is the cost not 1 and it's multiplied by the edge length? Is that not how it works? And then you can like override that to change it. I mean, you could literally just do it like that, and that's like shortest path. Seems a bit like low effort though, doesn't it? It's just 2 nodes. Yeah, so high level node groups are basically just node groups that, yeah, exactly. So you don't have to do stuff repeatedly. So the ones that we've got so far, oh, did I just do this inside a node group already? Let's go out. So we've got like texture displacement, fill holes. Today I discovered that if you plug into the edge cost the distance float of a geometry proximity, you can have the paths stick around things. Yeah, it's awesome doing that. That's what we do in the live root bridge in the advanced course, because you have to control like the routes and where they go around stuff, because we wanted to keep the handrail nice and high. By default, the cost is constant for all edges. Oh, so it's not, surely it's down to the length of the edge, not just that it is an edge. Otherwise it wouldn't be the shortest path it was looking for. Unless shortest is actually just like the fewest steps, rather than... But that seems very unintuitive. Like, is it literally just counting how many edges it covers? Because that's not short at all. I'll have to do a test to see how it sets up. Okay, so we're going to be actually scaling by the length of this. To use length, you need to use a custom cost. I do trust you, Eric, but that just seems very strange. Okay, let's set up some geometry here. Let's do a race. Okay, so this one is going to be our cost is 1 for every edge by default. That's nuts. So are you saying that this is going to prefer to go from this one here all the way around rather than just coming down here directly. You made the node. I just can't. But why is it called the shortest path if it's not going the shortest distance? Is that normal for how it works? I guess, to be fair, like all of my edge lattice nodes are built to have like even length lattice like edges. I still want to test this. I believe you, but I want to see it. Shortest index span. Yeah, to be fair, shortest path does sound better. Let's grab this. We're going to grab your new vertex group. Your new vertex group. We need a new hidden collection. There we go. This is going to be named attribute. We've got group and we've got group 1. Whoa, it actually does. Okay, so in my tutorial about, oh man, I'm just going to make a pinned comment. I definitely said that wrong in that case because I assumed it was shortest like distance. So in that case, yeah, we're going to put in the shortest. I'm going to multiply. So this is what I thought it was. Vector mass distance, position 1, there we go, and position 2. Length is just one of the possible cost values. Interesting. Oh man, that means I need to... Yeah, because I should have probably checked with you before I made my course. Damn. Okay. I'll find a way to let people know then. Oh, is the internet gone? Now we're back. Okay, shortest length path. There we go. Okay, I feel like that's a few more nodes. That feels like it's alright to use for a node group. Should probably still use the edge, should build another edge lattice node as well. I need to redo my EDK one anyway because it's got, I used the duplicate elements node, which splits edges, or like makes edges unique, which is just not useful for when you're about to go and do a merge on everything. So I need to redo it with instancing so I'm not actually merging through like hundreds and hundreds of unnecessary vectors. So we've got our resample curve here based on account. These are going to need to be realized, I think. Realize instances. So it should just be able to, that's, ooh. Okay, 17, 17, 54, 54. Let's do this. Nice. So these are now a little bit better off. So I guess we just need to do the same, the same thing for the, I wonder how we're gonna, we'll see how we do with our corner counts. Oh, we still haven't thought about caps. That's right, we'll get to that. Let's just duplicate all of, let's rename this. This one is going to be our spline checker or spline donor splines. And this one's going to be donor paths. Are we going to be changing splines to be curves? Curve. Confusing. I personally prefer spline because it's like an actually different word. Donor profiles. Here we go, and this one's going to be Control H, profile curve instead. Resample. And this one can go in the X direction maybe. And then we can do like a curve to mesh. All right. Move these ones up. There we go. All right, how's this one looking? Seems to actually be cutting in pretty good. Doesn't look like we've got any particular errors, I don't think. Which is great. Looks like the indices will work correctly. Oh, thanks, Gillen. I mean, it's just, hopefully you'll have access to these at some point. We just want to put together some node groups to make people's lives easier. It's not like, it's not something to show off. It's just some fun tools. All right, now we have to get into the difficulty of filling caps. I wonder if I can like split off the cap and do something clever with it. What's a good way to isolate caps? It's a shame we don't have a boolean from the curve to mesh, which is like this one's the cap. Oh, do you know what we could do? I could literally just do one without caps and find out where the faces are further away. This is not a pretty way of working. This one. Let's just capture for a minute. On the faces, we're going to capture the distance. These seem strangely not completely black. Let's use a compare. This is going to be super dependent on so many things. How is this different? So apparently the faces on this one, even though they're identical except from the caps, apparently the faces are further away than they should be, further than a millimeter off. Can you prepare an endpoint selection before the curve to mesh? That's actually really smart. I like that. Let's do our, I just want to do this resample. Capturing would definitely be a better idea because it means that we're going to be able to do it without doing this geometry proximity, which is probably going to be slow. Hey Shmuel, how's it going? Let's try this capture thing. Capture a boolean. Nope, endpoint. And we want it to be just where it's floored. Float. Oh wait, let's get rid of that. Go just on the faces. Oh, okay, so when it's cyclic, what am I trying to do? Right now I'm just making some tools. Right now specifically we're making a curve to mesh with UVs that allows for proper caps, and I wonder actually we can do like an unwrap and stack on the caps so that we get a proper like 0 to 1 UV space. I don't know if that would be more useful or annoying. I feel like we should do them in like real world scale as well, because we're doing the length for the spline, like the longitudinal UVs. Right, anyway, so I need this to only show up on, just making sure there's no interpolation. Cool, thank you for suggesting the capture, that worked. See you later, Doppelganger, thanks for stopping by. You just cheat and use the top from a cylinder to do caps. Yeah, I think it depends if you want it to like seam up to stuff. Ooh, should we add round caps as well for oh, but that only works if you've got a round profile. Yeah, alright, we'll just let things be. Let's just go with these flat ones. It would be cool to do round caps maybe at some point, but maybe for a different node group. We don't need actually a lot of these captures right now. We just need the one. And I want to... n-gon, I know your name. Have you joined us in streams before? Are you on Discord? I feel like I've thought about your name being cool before. I need to only do this on non-cyclic splines. Fake rounder caps can be done with half spheres. They can indeed. If you align to the tangent and the normal, then you can also stitch them nicely. Let's grab a is cyclic. And we can just use an or an and, or a nor. I can never remember which one it is. Or is it a zor? These like extra Boolean functions are so confusing. So I specifically want it when it's not quite. Not quite that. Okay, subtract. There we go. Cool. So now we just have the end caps that we want. And we can separate them and create their own UVs. One cool node that we've got that was quietly added was face set boundaries. So that can take like, this now gives us the boundary edges. Let's set this to edge. Still doing the face. We can, I'm just going to set this back to auto. So we can go for creating edge loops based on the face set boundaries. In fact, with an n-gon cap like this, we don't actually need it even. We can just use this boolean on the face. What am I doing? Oh, right, okay. Let's just do a UV unwrap. That's not what I meant. On here. Oh, some of the November ones last year. Oh my god, time flies. I want to just do it on these. There we go, that's nice. We want to remove these. Just want it to be on that selection. And then we want to transfer it back to the face corners of those faces. Man, I wish there was like a list mask out and in like there is in Photoshop where you can just like split something off, work on it and then join it back in without any effort. UV unwrapping is slow, so let's not do that. Let's grab these end caps. We're going to be grabbing a curve. Oh wait, no, geometry, separate geometry, faces, this boolean, there we go. And then we can just transfer these. I kind of want to get them like nicely positioned, so let's do a set position. We are going to just rotate them. I'm going to keep them the size they are because I want to get real world size. Let's do a position. Yeah, position. I want to find the average position per face. And then I can just do a rotate into the z-axis, capture the position and then pull them back together. And then maybe we can merge them afterwards. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is going to work fine. So let's take our faces. Did I already work out the average in this one? No. So nice and easy here. Just going to use an accumulate field vector on here. Island index. And we're going to do another one, integer, just counting up in ones. We're going to just divide the total by the total. It's going to give us our average position per vector, which I can now scale -1. Put this into our offset. There we go, now we're all in the middle. And with this we can now do a rotation. In fact, we should probably do this up here. So let's go yeah, no, that's fine. Let's just add a position node. Subtract. Oh, that sub going into the subdivide curve, that's the thing. Just put this on the chat as well. There we go. Yeah, I told Hans that I would tell him which node did that in Yeah. Because like sometimes it's just really, like there's so many biases apparently in like how you do these searches, that yeah, it's just like difficult to set it up in advance. So it's useful to have people like, if you find something that's not working in the drag search, like it should go for something else, then it's useful to just let people know so they can tweak it. Okay, so now we've got our subtract. If that goes into the position, that's all fixed. Let's now do our rotation. No, vector rotate. Euler vector. Centers should be fine. Let's go for a rotation. Align Euler to vector. Normal. And invert and Z. And there we go. Now we have our like sticking up in the air things. I should probably also make them, I'm not sure how to do this best actually. Kind of want them all to align to this like 0, 0 axes on the lowest side. But then I would actually do like a mesh. Yeah, I can't be bothered doing like extra bounding boxes as just part of this node group. So let's just leave them as is. We're going to capture the position. That's probably fine. And then we can set the position again. Oh, Carolina, how's it going? Oh, you're... I know you. Let's find... I need to undo these. So let's grab our vector rotate. We need to do the rotation first. So take the current position. I'm going to not invert it this time. I'm just going to pass this through to our rotation. That should put them back to... Oh, actually, can I just translate them back? Yeah, I totally can. So I could actually just transfer back from here to these ones, right? Because they're going back to that same position. And we can just transfer the... Yeah, that's fine. So I'll take... I don't need this capture. I can just do a sample index with an index node. This and this. And then we can, this is all for our cap UVs. And this is our geometry, separates here. Something like this. And then, yeah, we just need to transfer back to these. Do we need to capture it or store it somehow? You want to see the bob hair too? My hair is pretty curly, to be fair, and it's not like Bob Ross curly though. He had a proper fro. Do I need to capture it here, or do I just add it and then we store it down the line? I think we just store it at this point. So let's grab a attribute, store node attribute, onto the mesh here. I need a group input here. I kind of want to give this a default name, just so people don't need to type it in every time. Let's just go with UV map because that's the standard. This is going to be stored on, there we go. This is going to be stored on the face corner, and it is a vector. And we're going to be adding these things together. Maybe this is not correct. Not quite correct. I need the curve to mesh, but like... Okay. So we need to capture an attribute on here, face corners, vector, from here. Okay, these are all correct now. These all have nice UVs. Then I can join that. I'm just going to capture on the inverted one as well. You've got good UVs now as well, and these can now just be added together. So I can join these two together, and I can add them like this into our store named attribute, and then in theory, maybe I should also pass out the Boolean, and I also need to merge by distance. Which I can do after the store. So mesh, no geometry, merge by distance. And I should only be merging on boundary loops to make this a little bit lighter. So where we can go for an equals on the face, on the edge, neighbor's face count equals 1. And there we have it. That should work now. Is there anything else I need to do? Do I need to pass anything out here? Like the cap? Well, seeing as I want the caps, I think we might as well pass out the cap Boolean as well. How far through does this go? Ooh, quite far. Let's set this to a face Boolean. Let's capture this attribute, capture attribute down here. This is going to be a face Boolean type that we're going to plug into the outside here as cap Boolean. Nice. So now, there we go. We've got our cap Boolean just in case we need it, and we should also have input named attribute. There we go. Now we have proper curve UVs. Do we? I'm seeing a lot of blending. I need to just double check. Okay, yeah, nice. We have proper seams in there. The ends are sharp. These ones are all sharp. Okay. That's all working nicely. I wonder if we should have an option to go like normalized UV map, like 0 to 1, versus using the length. Super easy to do if we wanted to, but kind of a little bit harder to do on the caps, unless we scale them, which I can't really be bothered to do, so I'm not going to do it. Let's just leave this as is. I'm going to protect all of these as well. What time is it? 2012, we're still good. So some of these are done. Fill holes is not done. We still need to work on that. Again, we could do some selection nodes. Most of these are super easy. Mesh to SDF, unitize mesh, like scaling it. Do some hair groups at some point. How would I make a complex material like the one you're making and then scale it down? Depends how you're making it. If you're doing a shader, are you talking about shaders, or are you talking about vector displacement, or are you talking about geometry nodes? If it's shaders, then you should just change your input vectors. If it's vector displacement, do you know, I've actually not done it in so long, I can't really remember. Definitely something with scaling the object coordinates or the generated coordinates or something before you subtract them from the end of your vector, like SDF work stuff. Yeah, if you, it's all about like changing the inputs though. I think that's the main difference between like working with procedural systems and working with image-based systems. Is with imaged or baked things, you can get to the end and then you can just scale it down. But with procedural stuff, you often have to do your scaling on the input parameters. Okay, texture displacement is done. I want to do an edge lattice. Yeah, let's do an edge lattice. We can probably just start. I know I was going to do everything like completely fresh, but I think this one has like some maths already set up in it that I want to use. Or maybe I should just redo it afterwards. Maybe I should. Let's oh, Tyler, happy November to you too. Let's take our input geometry, or whatever geometry we just made, and we are going to do a bounding box. Here we go. And then we're going to fill this bounding box with points, or with a grid, with a 3D grid. To do this, we need a few things. We're going to need a grid, and I'm actually going to scale it to the right size afterwards, I think. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take, hey Sahel, hey Quackers, how's it going? I'm going to just multiply these. Wave morpher, no worries. I'm going to multiply these by some value or scale. Maybe I need to do the... Let's find out how big this is. So we're going to do max subtract min. And then we're going to... yeah, we're going to scale by however much resolution we want. I'm going to put all of this just immediately into a group so that we can start working on a group. I'm going to call this one edge lattice. There we go. Make sure you're saving as you go here. And we need a few more things. So we need a resolution input. Let's just grab that integer. And what else do we need? Maybe that's it. So this can be now used. Do we need to maybe ceiling it? Or add one and then ceiling it? So if we have 1 per meter, then for every 1 meter we have 2. 3 meters, we would have 4. So I'm going to add 1 to everything, and I'm going to ceiling it to make sure that I'm rounding up instead of down. Like this. And then I'm going to separate X, Y, Z. And now I've got my X and my Y rating. Not rating. X and my Y count. We should probably do something with the size as well. That I can actually just take directly from my subtract over here. Cool, that feels pretty good, pretty square. If I drop this down to 1 resolution, let's make a minimum of 1, here we go. Then this feels approximately like 1 per meter. It should always be, because we're doing the ceiling instead of the floor, it's always going to be slightly below. Yeah, no, that's fine. So it's like exactly a meter up to, and if we have no ceiling, then we can do it, I think it's the opposite way. It's like down to a meter and then it'll get bigger. Yeah, I think I want it to be ceilinged. What happens if we get too small though? Can we have like a minimum limit on here? Do we need a minimum limit? No. Okay. So now we've got our basic grid. We will need to position this afterwards, but for now it's fine. We've got our Z here, which I can put through a mesh line. So let's grab a mesh primitive mesh line. Count here of 4. Going up in ones. There we go, endpoints here. Combine X, Y, Z. We're going to take our Z height here into our Z here. Just to make sure that we've got that scaling as well. And I need to do a couple of things. We need to instance on points our mesh line. And we need to do the opposite down here. So we need to do like this, I think. Nice. And now we can just realize these two. Realize instances. And we can merge by distance. So actually let's just join them, realize them, geometry, merge. But you might not always want to merge. You might sometimes want to merge outside the group because merging is heavy. Case in point, let's turn on no timings. There we go, 18 milliseconds. I should also really just delete those faces. So let's go ahead in here. Let's grab a geometry, delete geometry into the one where it's instancing, only faces, there we go. So now we just have an edge lattice. So right now merging is taking 15 milliseconds, whole node group is 37, let's go up to 100. Suddenly this is going to take a huge amount of time for me to do. Hopefully not too long. Yeah, maybe too long. I should have just gone for 10. So this is really the issue with merging by distance. If we were just not merging at this point, then it would just be really fast. And the issue is that like a lot of times, like if you do my course, you'll see that there's a section where we're doing a very dense grid and we're distorting it and we're deleting elements that are like a long way away. And we end up with like a relatively small amount of grid, and then you can do the merge at the end, and it's much faster. A node group that can resample a curve but freeze some of the original points. Interesting. So it's going to be like an adaptive resample curve. That would be pretty good, actually. I wonder how you would do it, though. Like, that's... like how you're going to... and would you just find, like, the nearest point on the curve and snap it back to that point? But what if you're resampling the curve to have fewer points? You're going to lose some of your corners, aren't you? Oh, I guess I did click on this. Okay. Oh. No. Blender. Let's see if we have an autosave. No. We have no autosaves. Okay. Yeah. We've only been streaming for like, not even that long. Was it 3 hours? Nee bother. Oh man, are we all the way back here? Okay, that kind of serves me right for not saving. I wonder if we can make... I think it's screencast keys that messes up my autosaves, but I think they had a thing that fixed the... there we go, fixes the autosave. Okay, so we've got our scale. We're going to just grab our grid. Just let me rush back through this to make sure that we've got something working here. This is our resolution. Go into our scale. We've got our, what was I doing? Ceiling? Adding? Burning the midnight oil. Yeah, I'll just do this edge lattice and then I'll head to bed, I think. Ceiling. I'll probably find the blend file in the temp folder. I, unfortunately, because of screencast keys, which is my mouse viewer, I don't have any autosaves. So, yeah, I just have to save more. I need to remember. Add one, let's go and... Oh, we've got this delay. Oh, has it tried to get my asset library back? Is this the problem? I guess because it crashed, it forgot that I disabled them. Yeah. Okay. Separate XYZ. Oh, that's going to be really annoying actually. At work we have like a really big asset library, or like an increasingly large asset library, and if we keep having problems with like delayed loading time on that search menu, that's going to basically mean that we disable the asset library all the time, or just like have to run a script. But that's probably what we'll do. We'll have like a button in the UI that just like toggles on or off asset libraries, which seems like a not great workaround. This is going to go into a combine XYZ into the Z-axis. Oops. This is going to go into the end of a mesh line. And the count of this is going to come from this other separate. And there we go. Let's delete only the faces. And then we can instance on points the lines. Let's duplicate with inputs, Alt-S to swap, join together, realize instances, and then I was just going to merge, wasn't I? So I have a nice dense grid here. Yeah, you see, like now I can do a resolution of 10 and it's only 2.5 milliseconds. It was just the merging that takes freaking ages. Can we do a bevel? I mean, you can, it's just not very good. You kind of go through the same process of split all your edges into individual edges, and then you have to like slide the edge back along the face, which you can do somehow, I can't really remember. And then you can like fill in these holes, like build this new face. And then you have to do something in the corner. Like this, right? It's quite involved though. I wonder if it would be something that's worth having a node group for. But yeah, anyway. Join geometry, realize instances. Now we can grab another input node and add a switch for if we want to merge. Utility switch. Make sure that's off to begin with. And we're going to do this one through a merge by distance into the true, like so. Nice. So it's going to be merge. So if we have this, and then we, I need to reposition this actually, so we're not actually quite done. I need to, yeah, reposition this. Is there an easy way of doing it? Probably. Let's just bring over our bounding box and our inputs. And then we've got all of this. Is there a way for us to just... Yeah, definitely have a look at the new, have a look at Howard and Henrik's talk on the new bevel node. It was really interesting. A lot of challenges you just don't really think about as an artist, but actually from like a technical point of view, something that's probably quite a lot of fun to engage with. I just need to make sure, excuse me, I need to make sure that the size of this is going to react properly. So we've got nice linear scaling, that's good. But our lowest point, actually, do you know, our lowest point is always going to be like half of this. Let's see what we can do. So we've got our lowest point being minus 0.5 of the size of this, because we're always centered and we're always on the Z, because we're building up from the grid. And then we can do a multiply add, and we can just add the minimum, and then I can just put a transform on here. Does that work? Not quite. So close. Maybe this should be 0.5. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Nice. Nicely done. Right, let's go back to up here, and now we've got this working correctly. So that's our edge lattice. Let's just save. And then I can do something fun. Let's chuck a noise displacement node on here, just to test it's going to work. We're going to set this to vector. I'm going to just, yeah, absolutely mash all of these points together. That's good. And then what I want to do is find these things. Let's maybe scale this up to like 1.1 just to make it a bit bigger. But find these parts, and I can delete geometry which is greater than some distance, which is going to be integer, float from the proximity node coming off our mesh here. Actually I can delete, oh right, yeah, sorry, come off the distance there, so I can delete anything which is greater than. Interesting. Sort of seems to be doing the opposite of what I was expecting. Surely the distance. Surely if I want to delete like between 2 and 5, I'd want to create a boolean for where the distance is like greater than 2. So why is this working on less than instead? Am I being really thick? How confusing. I feel like this, oh, maybe, have we got some like weird noodle connections? Yeah, don't worry, I was being stupid. Cool, so now I've got these edges, and only these edges, which means that we're down to like a significantly lower amount of topology, like less than a third. Way less, that's like a tenth now. So now we can add a merge afterwards. Geometry, merge by, no, merge by distance. And that doesn't take too long. But you can see how much that stacks up so quickly there. There we go. It looks soft. It looks fun, I kind of like it. I'm going to increase this distance just a little bit. Ooh. Something like this. And then we can just test out our shortest path node. This one. Oh boy. We can make our start vertices any vertex which is close to the surface. So we want a less than. Something fairly low. And our end vertices can just be like a random one. So index. Actually, let's do a boolean on here. Random value boolean. And I can just set this nice and low. Something like this. And then we can do like a curve to Bezier. Not that one. Do we have a... Do I have one? Oh, maybe I don't actually. Oh yeah, smooth Bezier, there we go. Smooth Bezier. And a curve to pipes. And a factor, spline parameter factor. Which definitely wants to go through a math node. Set to multiply, make it nice but smaller. There we go. Oh, and we can, instead of using ETK pipes, let's use our new curve to mesh UV node, which actually has UVs, and then we can texture it. Profile curve. I wonder if this should have like an integrated. Yeah. Maybe it should be like curve to mesh UV with radius and tilt built into it. Would that be more useful? Oh yeah, I normally do trees. The twisted what? Do you mean like a base mesh for a sculpting model where you like twist modeling wire and then you apply clay to it? Or do you mean like the whole thing is actually like that? No, I'm just gonna throw. I just want. I want tilt and set curve tilt. Here we go, and set curve radius. Oh, there's set curve normal as well now. Oh, just as the wire. Interesting. Set curve tilt. What I'm going to do is instead of set curve... Oh, maybe this is stupid. I was going to say maybe I should just have like an add... Oops. Add curve tilt. So tilt into here, into here. And I'm just going to add to the current tilt so people can do tilt before. And maybe I should have curve radius in here as well. Why is it 0.005 now? Is this like from the hair stuff? I'm just going to go with 0.1. And this is going to be the UV map. Something like this. All right. So I think that's probably okay. Just maybe we'll put on a star. Where's it all gone? Okay, here it is. Is that doing the whole spiral and transferring normals kind of thing? It's that kind of thing. Let me just make sure. Oh wait, sorry, hang on, I just did a dumb thing. There we go. Oh. Yeah, so it's going to be, it's going to have 3 on here. And I also want to do, that is the rain, can you hear that? Yeah, it's like driving against the window. Multiply. This is going to be the factor here. And that is going to be 0.05, there we go. Yeah, the rain's really coming down. Welcome to England. Yeah, so, yeah, quackers. What we've got in the mesh UV, oh, we've got some spare nodes, there we go, get rid of those. We're sort of walking through adding, so we actually create ribbons, we just use a couple of curved lines, but we are doing a bit of extra stuff so that you can have like really complex inputs, like these ones, where you have a combination of cyclic and non-cyclic meshes, and you have, let me just grab an input, named attribute, UV map. There you go, and you end up with proper UVs across everything with nice sharp seams and properly UV'd caps as well. So yeah. Is there a way to take a grid and procedurally divide it up into areas like rooms, for example, or specify rules for different area types like halls? Ooh, now you're asking. I think it's possible. It's definitely difficult. I'll save it, thank you. Definitely difficult because it's going to be like hard to set rules in geometry nodes if it's not just directly mathematical. So if you have like a grid, how do you say like, okay, well I just want small rooms along the side, but at the end I want you to extend by like the corridor width and do something like this. Like, this is very difficult to encode mathematically, I think, or at least I've never been able to. You can always do stuff like faking it with like Voronoi, making edge selections, or using things like shortest path and like trying to come up with your edges that way. Or you could, I've definitely seen some stuff. Have a look at Alan Wyatt. He's got a really cool village generator thing. Twitter. Alan Wyatt. Yeah, this guy. He made some very cool buildings. In fact, I think they were shown off at Blender conference, and you can see that he's got some sort of internal room layout logic. In fact, I think Doppelganger helped with that. The best thing to do would be to join my Discord server and just ask him, just tag him, and ask him how he set it up. I think there's some of his work in progress files are available as well on there, on the Discord. Yeah, it's nuts. It's so clever. So I think I'm done with my sort of experimenting and just generally building stuff. How's that looking? Okay. Oh, I think fill caps might have been on by default. I don't want that. It's not. That's fine. Yeah, everything's working nicely. So we do have a few tools that we've made in that case. So we've got our, I should probably just add these from the group so that we know what the defaults are going to be. Edge lattice, resolution of 3, that's probably fine. That's 3 per meter with an option to merge. Yeah, that's fine. And then we've got our fill holes we still need to work on. Texture displacement, shortest length path. And curve to mesh UV, that's all fine. Alright, so we're getting there. We'll continue at some point. I'll probably do more of these offline as well, and then just give them over to the developers. If anybody has any ideas though, like, do feel free to just drop me a message or comment underneath this video when it goes to be a video. What was the one that Eric suggested? Oh yeah, resampling a curve but freezing some of the original positions with frozen points angle threshold. Just making a note for me later there. Selection nodes are going to be super easy because I've basically got them in ETK, so I can just clean them up a little bit. Curve to mesh UV, you're done. Edge lattice, you're done. Still want to do loft curves. Transform plus. Transform plus I can basically actually just give them. So this one is like a super useful node. It's just, oh, we've got a mixed vector now, don't we? So let's use that instead. So we can either take the bounding box of the selection, or we can go for a custom center, and then we just move, rotate, and scale based on that. Is that all correct? Move, rotate, scale. And then yeah, we just put that into the selection. So there we go, I'll just call this one transform plus. That's probably fine as is. Loft curves definitely need some cleanup versus the ETK one, that's just way too complicated. Unitized mesh, that's simple, that's just dividing by like a bounding box size. So you can basically say like set your longest length to be 1 meter or whatever. Actually we've got that as well. Force size, I called it over here. And yeah, it's basically just saying like, what's your total size? Do I need to do the realize instances there? I think I do. Yeah. It's definitely a lot more complicated if you're doing stuff with instances, because then you have to make custom nodes that do the bounding box for meshes. But yeah, basically just finding out like what's the longest length using maximum nodes, and then you just divide the maximum length by the size you want and set that to be the transform scale. So pretty straightforward. But yeah, being able to unitize meshes is super useful. I don't know what to call this one, like normalized size, maybe? I hate using American spelling, but I'm trying to get into the habit of it for writing better code. max size. Mesh to SDF, that's just going to be like the SDF node, experimental mesh to SDF. We've got accurate, but we also need like a non-backface check. Actually, all of these doing just is hit. Is that good enough? I think. That's not really going to work for concave meshes. So I want to do like a switch between. Let's expand this a little bit. Let's go mesh to SDF. And I'm going to unasset, but protect these. There we go. Yeah. So I need to switch between using one axis versus 3 axes. But I also want to do a backface check on here. Where I basically do all of this again, but just using the dot product method as well, so that we're checking normals against hit direction, like ray direction. Yeah, I'm surprised this doesn't already do that. Yeah, if the mesh is manifold, you only need one raycast and one normal check. That is true. And that's why I've got the accurate and backface check as toggles, so that I can reduce computation down to single axes. I just want to, I just want to make sure I've got the backface check in here as well. Geometry proximity. What is this? Oh right, yeah, that makes sense because that's my actual distance function. So with my accuracy, I do actually want to go all the way down to a single raycast. And for all of the rest of this, I also want to add so if it's accurate and no backface check, but if it is a backface check, I'm just like trying to work out my booleans here. If it is a backface check, and accurate and not accurate, I think that's what I want. So if it's, we go Boolean math. If this is 0 and this is 1, oh man, I find booleans like with all of these extra functions so confusing. So if it is not accurate and it is backface check, then do this one, which is going to come from somewhere. Oh, I think the first ones need to work as well, don't they? And no, because the later ones will override it. I'm just like, well, confused. Subtract is pretty simple. Well, I guess that's just like yes and yes. So like subtract this one, right? It's just 1 minus 1. But clamped as well. It's just like, what's imply? That's so confusing. Oh, they have tooltips. Okay, so I need true unless the first input is true and the second is false. True when the first input is true and the second is false. What? That doesn't sound like subtracting at all. Oh, I guess that's like 1 minus 0. So I guess that's true. So in this case, yeah, subtract is what I want. I think. Yeah, nice, thank you. Thank you, Shmal. And then I'll need another one where they're both true, which I can do with just an AND. There we go. Yeah, 1 minus 1 is 0, and 1 minus 0 is 1. I find it confusing, I think, because it's like so many words that I'm not used to thinking of being mathematical. And I often think of like booleans as yes and no rather than 0 and 1. So I have to like force my brain into like the code mode. So, okay, that should be all of my options. I just need to build the options. So this one is going to be for when backface check is off, and this one is when backface check is off. They should go straight through, so that should work fine. And then as soon as we have a backface check, but not accurate, then we only want one backface check. So I can do a dot product. Okay, 0, 0, minus 1. Find out where this is greater than 0. And this is our backface check. Our simple backface check. And our complex backface check is when we do all 6. Our accurate one, I should say. Are there any known issues with ETK? I don't believe so. There's definitely some nodes like the sorting nodes that just don't work anymore that I need to deal with. But no, generally I think things are working. They should just version as well, like any updated nodes, it should just update properly. Yeah, no, that's true. There are definitely some better ways to do things now, though. Normal into here. This one's going to be 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, and 0, 1, 0. Okay, it's the hit normals. And hit normals, there we go. And that's all about and. So this is when everything is true. You're doing an accurate and backface check. Just for ridiculously complicated geometry. It should be default to off, default to off. Cool. That should be fine. So that's our ridiculously overcomplicated mesh to SDF node. Selection nodes. We should just be able to steal some as well. So let's use boundary loop, which we've talked about a couple times today, face count. And we're going to use the edge direction as well. n-gon, no worries. The next one should be this weekend. I want to be doing November, so that's my goal, is to actually do some November prompts this weekend. Maybe one, maybe more. Mesh island verts. Mesh side, I can't remember what that one does. Island area. Masks island verts. I want to also have some of the SDF ones, so I'm going to do selection box. Selection cylinder. Oh, selection prisms in here as well. Is that not just a cylinder? How is this different? Maybe we do selection prism instead. That seems a bit more flexible. Plane, normals. You use selection normals all the time, so that one's probably a good one to have. And selection sphere. Alright, let's get these renamed a little bit. So this is all looking correct. This one is just boundary loop. I wonder if I should call it like is boundary loop or selection boundary loop. I wonder if there should be some kind of naming convention there. Let's just start with boundary loop. We're going to go with edge direction. I wonder if I should actually output the edge direction as a vector. Probably should. Subtract, normalize, dot product, absolute. Maybe we just take the normalized version as well, just out here. Let's call this one direction. And if I'm doing it that way as well, then I should probably make sure I'm doing 2 minus 1. Just make sure that we're going forwards along the edges in case edge flow is important. The factor. Yeah, that's fine. So edge direction is done. Island area. Mesh island area. And this one should be mesh island verts. And I'm also just going to pass out the total value here just so that people can use it like the node kind of suggests. Total areas, total verts. They look fine. Threshold and threshold. These selection boxes, these ones get a little bit more complicated, but I think that's very fine. So selection box, center rounded, that's all good. Selection prism, I reckon I can probably just rename these ones selection normals. And selection sphere. Yeah, that's probably fine. Oh boy. So I still just want to do the fill holes, loft curves, and a couple of others if people think of them. I wonder if we should do like an is wire group as well. I think I've got one of those. Is wire. Just where there's no faces attached, basically. I don't know if I should just give away all of these. No, I think that's probably fine. None of the other ones are super useful. Field mean is quite useful. That's like that that divide thing we keep doing. But it's difficult when you don't have enums on the group front. Like you don't want to just force everybody through a vector. It doesn't feel very official. I should add Suzanne as well. It's funny. Make sure we've got a Suzanne node. And I think that'll probably do it. Maybe like a linear array, radial array. That's probably quite useful for people to have. You just added yours. Is there anything else we want? Align mesh by mesh. That's actually super useful. I might just drop that one in as well. This is like bounding boxes against bounding boxes. So handy. Your Suzanne is going to have a bit of an accident. Are these using like the old school thing? The legacy behavior, they are indeed. I gotta fix all of this. Does it even warn you? No. So most of this is stuff we made today, so that's fine. Cool. Alright. If in doubt, add more monkey. Yeah. Align mesh by mesh. I wonder if this should be like just an integer instead, actually. I think I'm going to set these to 0, 1, or -1, 0, 1. That's probably a good way. Hey Eric, good night. Thanks for dropping by. Set these back to integer. -1 to 1. And this one as well, integer. -1 to 1. Where do they even go? Oh, right, into switches. Interesting. Probably easier just to put these through a compare then. Set this to integer, so when this one equals -1, let's go with 0, there we go, and then another one on 1. And we'll just do the same down here as well. So we'll take the same inputs And I'll just plug these up. Like this. So how does this one actually work? Well, if you've got some kind of mesh as a target object and you have just like a cube or something that you want to put on top of it, then we can say that the top of the target here, this should be on the top of that. There we go, that's like the top surface of that bounding box now. I wonder if both of these should be 0. So if we have no target, yeah, I think I should do -1 and 1 just to make sure it's like defaulting to sitting on the bottom of stuff, like sitting on the base there. And then if I join that in, then it goes up. Cool, alright, that's working, at least. So, right then, we've just got the fill holes and a loft curves, probably. Not 100% if I want to do loft curves. Fill holes definitely, though, would be nice to have. I just need to work that out. But there we go. So we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 17, 19. So it'll be 20 with the fill holes. That'll be a good first batch of nodes. Alright, thanks folks for hanging out. I know that was kind of like a non-work stream, just kind of hanging out and doing little jobs. But something I needed to do anyway, so thanks for spending the time. I'm gonna turn in. It's a work day tomorrow, so I'll see you all around. Hope you had fun, hope you learned something, and I'll catch you in the next one.